here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to day 4, our final day of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. Please say hello in the comments. Let us know where you are tuning in from. Let's see how far and wide our collective field is reaching. So good to see you here. Welcome. And before we begin, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to all our speakers for the generosity, depth, and devotion they've brought into this summit. The quality of what has been shared has been extraordinary, and I can't wait for you to experience the remaining presentations of today. Today is about integration and forward movement. We're going to explore how cosmic access points influence the electromagnetic field and multidimensional body. We're going to explore how to support and understand the new children that are being born. We'll talk about activating your leadership and power through the lens of Nakshatras in the age of Aquarius, and also about our angelic lineages and the emerging archetype of angelic human. And then at the end, I'll close the summit with my latest research and reflections and pointing to further resources to support your journey ahead. As always, take what resonates, leave what doesn't, and let your own inner knowing guide you. Get your notepads ready. Write down what feels relevant to you. Feel free to ask questions in the comments. The summit speakers and myself are always happy to help you and to celebrate your rememberings. So now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the first speaker of day 4 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026, Brandy Moniec Siebuhr. Brandy obtained her certification in Quantum Soul Guidance and Galactic Astrology in June 6th, 2022. She offers written reports and video presentations. At times, Brandy is visited by souls outside the earth plane who desire contact with her clients. Although this is never the goal, it occasionally happens. With a background in farming for 30 years and pranic healing, Brandy feels and senses energy in a very tactile way. She analyzes charts and peers into the experiences that appear in the galactic natal chart, bringing multifaceted information unique to each soul's journey through the stars. Her work helps identify gifts, galactic wisdom, and where to focus for the greatest healing and relief. As Brandy says, may the force be with you. Brandy's presentation title is Operating Your Electromagnetic Field Through the Cosmic Superpoints. Cosmic access points are influencing and activating our multidimensional fields. Our body has access to data from the cosmos at all times. Cellular behavior mirrors universal behavior. Sparks of electricity and data flowing through currents of light. Within the universe are concentrations of galaxies forming black holes, sending streams of light that penetrate our being. This light data stimulates oscillations, flow, and direction in our electromagnetic field. We are on a wave of sentient energy pouring over the Earth, and it is coming through the Sun, through the galactic center, supergalactic center, Laniakea, and Shapley, and more. By analyzing angles these points make to planets in our natal chart, we're given energy and driving power for our quantum energy field. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Brandy, Moniec, Siebuhr. Welcome, Brandy. Great to see you here.
Hi, you made it. Welcome aboard, Starshine. I am so stoked and honored to be a part of this year's 2026 Galactic Astrology Summit. Thank you so much. Infinite gratitude, Julia Balaz. Can't talk about that, otherwise I'll start welling up. I get to speak with you today and share my insight and relationship to the cosmic super points and how it pertains to the expansion and mechanical operation of my holographic field, if you will. There is a very direct stream of consciousness or data and light that is continuously connecting with our energy field directly to these cosmic super points, depending on how they are showing up in your chart. To baby step, I have created a slide presentation, and we're going to go over some locational astronomical data, talk about the influences that they have on our spiritual journey, and lastly, we're going to talk about how the angles and aspects and how that dictates, activates, and influences the flow of your multidimensional body and how you move and interact within the quantum field. So that's a lot. I know. It's okay. We're going to go over and simplify things in baby step. I hope you enjoy. Let's get into it. Pay attention. The cells in your body behave exactly like the universe, creating frequencies of light, looking like little miniature galaxies. You hold infinite library of light within your biology. Universal intelligence is pulsing through you. Your birth charts are actually maps of your body's light language, and they provide personal, specific coordinates to fixed stars, nebulas, stargates, galactic records, and cosmic superpoints. They sometimes call them cosmic access points. The four that we're going to take a look at today is the Milky Way, the galactic center, the supergalactic center, Laniakea, and Shapley attractor. But before we get into it, I just want you to know that I hope to activate a stream of consciousness and awareness and a synapsis between us and these beautiful cosmic superpoints. So, before we can understand these cosmic superpoints, you need to have like a fundamental understanding of the magnitude of your backyard. So, within our universe, there are 2 trillion galaxies, and each of them have approximately 100 billion stars or galaxies. This is equal to 200 billion trillion stars. It's just mind blowing. It's just, what? So scientists and astronomers are able to map the universe by images taken from several telescopes and observatories all over the planet, including cameras mounted on satellites, planets, moons that have each captured different spectrums of light rays and frequencies, X-rays, infrared, visible light, even radio signals. When they begin to sandwich this together and look at it, you get to begin to paint a picture of the universe, what it looks like, where are all the stars and the clusters, and what are their movements. So the first location we're going to look at is the galactic center. It is the actual middle of the Milky Way. From an aerial view, quote unquote, it may look like this. Here's our sun at the bottom center, and it actually takes 240 million years for it to rotate around the galactic center. It's crazy. And just to let you know, like how wide our galaxy is, first of all, it has 100 to 400 billion stars in it, and it is approximately 100,000 light years in diameter. Now, what that means is that a light year is the time it takes for light to travel within 1 year. In this case, it's 5.88 trillion miles per year. So if one were to say that it is 100,000 light years in diameter, 100,000 times 5.88 trillion miles, that's over 588 quadrillion miles wide. So the space that we're observing and we're talking about, our home, this universe, is huge. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just the galaxy. That's just our galaxy. That's not even taking into consideration the universal. So if you're on Earth and you want to find where the center of this galaxy is, you would look for the constellation Sagittarius. Sagittarius is actually pointing its arrow almost directly. I think it may be a little off, but it's pointing its arrow in the direction of the galactic center. At the top of the Sagittarian constellation, there's this little area. It's like a teapot, and which is the shape here. And so if you look towards where the teapot is pouring, this is where the Sagittarius A and the galactic center is. So when you have this marker or the galactic center showing up on your natal chart, your light body is catalyzed and receiving its first flow of divine consciousness. Light is carried to you through infrared and gamma rays. First activations, divine contact, higher self-awareness. And so it begins. This is a game on location. It's because it's when you are first becoming aware of existence outside of our body, our chakra field, even our auric field. You're starting to understand that there's consciousness and there's existence outside of your electromagnetic field. And it's beginning to send you transmissions and just kind of invite you, like, look beyond what is known. So the next point we're going to look at is the supergalactic center, and this is our local galactic cluster. If you were to kind of zoom out and take a look, it contains 30 galaxies, 300 trillion stars, and it is 100 million light years in diameter. Won't even do the math. It's just huge. And at the very center of this location, also there is a black hole. And here's some images captured of that black hole, both radio and X-ray frequencies and visible light. Now, if you want to look in the direction of the supergalactic center, you're going to look towards the Virgo constellation and locate the Virgo cluster. It's right above the Virgo constellation, and it's actually the Virgo cluster is found within another cluster of galaxies. But that's how you find it if you want to look up. And if you have this location in your chart, it's a little bumpy. This is where you're working out all the dynamics of relation and any experience that your soul may have had within the region of the supergalactic center. You may these soul experiences or past life experiences or connections or relations may be kind of surfacing, and supergalactic center just calls us to find a balance. If you're a gyroscope, find that center so that you're not being pulled in any direction. This is about dissolving polarity and duality. This is about your galactic soul experience realized when within the area of the supercluster, you're beginning to master relations through embodiment of peace. You have an opportunity to transcend and calibrate. And again, this is just happening because if you think there's so many lives being pulled towards the supergalactic center, 30 galaxies, that's just so much life being pulled into so many interconnectedness and relations, and it all makes sense. You're transcending, again, the dramas that you may have had. This is maybe third, fourth, fifth dimensional experiences and lives throughout the universe. I hope that made sense. Laniakea, wow. I get so excited just looking at this. It's so beautiful. It just feels like this energy and these light frequencies are just reaching out to hug you and envelop you in a frequency of relief and love. If we zoom out, the Laniakea has 100,000 galaxies, and they're all being pulled on this beautiful golden river, 2 billion light years across. I mean, this is just so beautiful, these images, and you can just see this beautiful divine flow of consciousness moving through. And also we begin to kind of like get a grip on our location within the universe. We know that our Milky Way is spinning around the supergalactic center, which in turn is being pulled into and towards the great attractor. If you want to look in the direction of the Laniakea, you can't really see it, but know that it is in the direction towards the Norma cluster. And you find this just below the Norma constellation at the tail end of the Scorpius constellation. Now, when this is showing up in your natal chart, this is just represents inclusion, integration, integration of fractals, pardon me. Laniakea invites us into the holographic universe. When working with a great attractor, there is a powerful remembrance of infinite source in the heart. You sense the synergy of all life forms around you as they reflect back to you who you are. You will have insight to experiences you may have within this magnetic flow. The great attractor pulls us into a state of surrender, allowing pure organic life force to flow through us. I want to take an opportunity to say that What this does, I know that we're jumping ahead a little bit, but really what this does to our energetic body and our holographic field is we have an opportunity to hold these pillars of light. This beautiful, beautiful light force is coming through us. And as we allow it to flow and hold it, we have an opportunity to create those oscillations within our magnetic field. And with that, we have the opportunity to send and direct this loving consciousness, these blessings, this divine presence. This can come through saying prayers, smiling at people, shutting our eyes, and really, really putting intention for their life to be peaceful. So, what I'm trying to say is, as you bless the earth, yourself, those around you, catastrophic situations, as you learn to use and integrate and hold this energy, you have a duty to share and bless and heal others. Often, I think that the great attractor is a wonderful placement to have in your chart if you're working with healing people or uplifting people. Draw on this information coming to us through these streams of light directly into your consciousness. So it is a very, very powerful and beautiful point. Next is the Shapley attractor, which is a little more intense. It's not quite as loving and cozy. It's kind of to the point. This place is so big. The black hole is so big. You can see on the other side. I think that you can the great attractor as well. But anyway, that said, the Shapley is actually pulling the entire universe towards it. I mean, the entire universe is being pulled towards the Shapley attractor. We once thought that the Laniakea was the source of all of the pull. However, that's not the case. Even Laniakea is being pulled and drifted into the Shapley attractor. It is 10 million billion stars, and it's actually located inside the Shapley supercluster. Now, the Shapley supercluster, oh, I want to show you this too. So this just kind of gives you an idea on what those loops look like, what those poles, where the currents are going. The Diplo repeller is on the opposing side of the universe, and it's actually pushing all of the cosmos away. And this Shapley attractor is pulling everything into it. And then look at the beautiful Aniakea right there. It just looks like a big heart. It's so pretty. So again, you cannot see the Shapley supercluster with your naked eye, but if you look in the direction of the Hydra and Centaurus clusters, it's right behind that. So if you're looking in that direction, the Shapley attractor is behind there. Oh, it just feels good. I just love just even thinking about it. So I do want to point out that is at the tail end of the Hydra constellation and just above the Centaurus constellation. That's where those two clusters are. Next, if you have this in your chart, okay, things are going to get really interesting if you have the Shapley supercluster or Shapley attractor in your chart. Really, this is drawing and pulling us into the unknown, both seeking that what we want to become aware of, or maybe exposing things that we once held hidden and secretive. So this is kind of like a no BS allowed point. The entire universe as we know it seems to be on a journey towards the Shapley attractor, insatiable gravitational influence with an unobstructed view of all that is. The unknown will be revealed. Attempts to deceive, manipulate, or tangle the natural flow of life will be calibrated through the Mako at its center. Transformation and expansion into the unknown here are inevitable. Here's the cool part. Once you're through, once you have connection, once you have like a synergistic exchange with the Shapley attractor, that's where you're going to get turned on to incredible revelations of the mechanics of the universe are exposed here. Organic, multidimensional bodies, cosmic communication, Stargate mechanics, time travel, expansive intellect. And if your natal chart shows or your natal chart will show the area of life to focus on when you desire data that is outside the field of perception. Often downloads or data from this point do not even have human language or scientific explanation yet. So this is a wonderful place to work when you're really trying to like pulse and expand and feel into your multidimensionality and utilize your holographic field. Not just be aware of it, but learn how to oscillate it, learn how to create and expand your field. So we're going to talk now a little bit about black holes real quick. At the center of every single black hole, which each of those cosmic superpoints has at its center a black hole. And in the black hole, there is a mako, a magnetically eternally collapsing object. I got this data and this information from Barry Littleton. He is a fabulous wealth of knowledge when it comes to just researching the unknown. So at the center, wormholes are created where magnetism is collapsing into itself. And at the peripheral of the wormhole, a duplicate holographic recording is created. It records everything, including all energetic and organic life down to its atomic structure. It scans and records everything. This is referred to as the quantum hologram. You can look that up too. There is scientific data that backs this up. This is like moving into quantum mechanics. This quantum hologram or holographic recording is also known as the Akashic records. Now, something to take into consideration that I think is really cool is if you are seeking information or seeking records of some sort, for yourself, for your loved ones, for a client, now we can observe the location of the universe and the experience that you're trying to tap into. Maybe work with the black hole that is nearest to that particular experience. For instance, if I was trying to look at something that maybe happened in Andromeda, instead of working with the galactic center, I would work towards the supergalactic center because that holds the Akash of all that is within it. So just kind of interesting. So we have the ability to connect with these makos or quantum hologram when they show up in our natal chart, providing direct access to intelligence held within the center of the mako. So now that we have a understanding of the mechanics and the flow and the movements and the pulses that our universe is making, now we're going to ground it into our natal chart. So when we want to work with these cosmic super points, it's important to take a look at your natal chart. Where are these cosmic super points landing? What house? And what I want to address today, quite specifically, is the aspects that these points are making. I want to talk about aspects and how that stimulates the oscillation or projection of our holographic field, our personal holographic field. Here I've highlighted all of the conjunct and opposite and sextile and square alignments with any galactic, supergalactic power point or super cosmic point. They're usually in purple on Julie's galactic astro chart. So I've highlighted these and I want to, if I have time, I will come back and we'll go over these placements. But first, I really want to familiarize you with how these conjunct and opposite alignments are affecting our quantum field. So the opposites are creating a bit of a push. They're pushing energy through our field. And the conjunct opposites are pulling. We're fully enveloped and embodied these frequencies and these motions and these oscillations, and we're being pulled towards something. And the push, again, is these connections, these frequencies from these star systems or cosmic super points are pushing us in the area. So, or pushing our electromagnetic field. And once you start kind of feeling into that and really sensing into that, you can feel the universe stimulating and moving through you and around you and for you. And this is something that takes a little bit of time, but you will begin to recognize when you are being drawn to something or pulled to something. So whenever we have a conjunct or opposite, it is a clear indicator that you have been through that particular location or had experience on a planet, with or within that particular specific star system. When you have sextile or trines, this indicates support or guides or beings from those locations that are supporting your journey. Now, how you work with a trine, know that the fields of consciousness and data and information is coming through you easily, and just there's no effort. It's just like a breeze just coming through you and pushing you and guiding you in the direction to begin your oscillations and move towards. Where a sextile is something you need to initiate, you need to create the spark yourself, you need to catalyze your own engagement with the support and the frequencies and the lines of communication that are coming from those star systems. And this, again, is going to continue just to begin to create your oscillation and your field. And the more you build, the further out you go. And it begins to kind of like give direction. Again, taking note of what planet or super cosmic point are you being pulled into the fold of the great attractor? Are you being called to initiate and to begin contact? This is how I see the frequencies and light codes from these particular places to affect and stimulate my field. I can feel it. I can feel this energy pulsing and tingles. I feel tingles outside of my body. I'm familiar enough with my field to where my physical body feels tingles, but I can feel outside of myself. I want to point out that when you have squares, now squares are really interesting because I have a heart in the center. I think the way through these squares is to give it a little love, a little patience, a little understanding. What those corners are those tied strings of experiences that are tangled, something there that needs resolve. And you can do this through meditation, womb healing, ancestral healing. This could be like waking up, drinking a cup of coffee, and be like, I'm about done with that. This could be reflecting a past experience. And so maybe you want to engage and learn to relax your body within the location of that experience. Or maybe you want to go to QHHT and be guided that way to recognize the experience, especially if it's in another star system or another location in our universe. So these are just areas that need your love. That's how I look at squares. I look at squares as an opportunity to heal, as an opportunity to soften, as an opportunity to release and to let go. That square is like binding your energetic field. And as you release and expand and just like let it go, it's going to soften, and those little streams of consciousness will become untangled, and you will feel yourself oscillating and expanding yet again. So again, our micro landscape is reflecting the macro landscape of life. The universal electromagnetic signals through the super cosmic points are creating these beautiful threads of communication, these beautiful threads of connection, exchange. In our brain, here's a photo of the electric impulses sent through the neurotransmitters. They look the same. We're constantly communicating. We're constantly sending and receiving signals of information and data sent through light and electricity. There are three main ways that our bodies can instantly begin the transmission, initiate our connection with these super cosmic points. As I mentioned, data and intelligence moves on streams of light that literally penetrate our mind, body, and cosmic electromagnetic field. And it's constantly wanting to charge, communicate, and share data and information. And so just by using our thought travels faster than light. And so just by thinking about these places, just engaging like, oh my God, that galactic center, oh, it is alive, it is conscious, it feels and senses your consciousness as well. And you begin to form a telepathic communication. And through that, you are beginning an exchange. And the more exchange you have, the more oscillations that you have, then you are able to start to move your torus field up and down on these strings of light. That's actually how we move through time and space in a multi-dimensional way. We learn to oscillate these streams of energetic flow, these energetic consciousness, and it actually pulls us up and down these threads of consciousness. So we're beginning not only to become aware and expand our multidimensional self, but now we're sensing and feeling into moving it up and down the threads. Now we're moving through time and space. So thought, love, give a little love. Oh my God, I love the Great Attractor. It literally fills my heart and just swells me. I just feel like that it's the area, it's the home of angels, angelic, galactic angels. So many high frequency, like the Great Attractor feels like the Arcturians, like really nice. It feels really good. They don't have time for the BS and the melodramas and dramas that are on the earth plane, the galactic planes, the super galactic planes. We're getting up there now when we start working with the Great Attractor. So, just however you feel about these beautiful places, just send a little love. Literally, these locations are conscious as you and I, and they sense and feel and respond to your feelings. And another way of communicating and literally sending signals is through sound. Use your throat chakra. Start to just make sounds, whatever it is. Who knows? Different people make different sounds, but, start to use sound. Maybe play drums, play bowls, whatever it is. Listen to your babies. They're making beautiful sounds all the time. Just start being aware of sounds. Be aware of your love. Be aware of your thought, and you will begin to receive these tiny little sparks of light code and conscious awareness of existence outside of your torus field. So when we think of our holographic body, there are layers to it. There are points within our holographic field that spark and ignite a tool, or spark and ignite an ability, or a faculty that our holographic field does for us and with us. We're learning to use it. We're learning to move it. We're learning to be one with our holographic field. And really, this is just like bringing us into these higher states of consciousness, these higher fields of frequency. It is really lifting above and beyond, and not even falling into the trap of distraught and emotional distraught. Now, there is a process with that, because we are living on Earth. We are living in this planet. And so just as you move through it, be easy on yourself, love yourself. And as a matter of fact, I feel like that is one of the first things. So I have here just a few little um, uh, activation points that are linked to the supragalactic points, cosmic access points, that will begin to catalyze your holographic awareness and field. And I know that I likely have mentioned this multiple times through this presentation, but I'm going to do it again because this is important. So this doesn't always happen all at once, but begin with your thoughts, begin with making sound, begin with really feeling into how you feel. Like, allow yourself to feel all of the feelings, emotions, allow yourself to feel the physical sensations, allow yourself to hear, allow yourself to smell and to touch, engage all of your senses. And as you engage your senses and engage your nervous system and get to know yourself, little things begin to melt away. Allow yourself to connect with the earth. Allow yourself, by working with the earth and the earth chakras, it syncs with your chakras and you become healed and whole. So working with the earth is going to fuel and kind of like it's going to calibrate your chakra system. And that's just getting to know the first part of your energy field, the first layers of your energy body outside of your physical body. Working with the sun's going to be sending light codes. It's going to begin activating your rainbow light body. It's going to begin bringing you into an awareness again, even outside of your auric field. This is the next layer of expansion. This is the next layer of language. This is where light language is received and understood. The first streams of consciousness, first relationship to light. The galactic center is engaging quantum electromagnetic field. Again, this is beginning to use your holographic field as you embody the divine consciousness that's coming in. First, you're becoming aware of it. Now you're learning to use it. And the supergalactic center is calling you to merge the magnetic poles. And you're beginning to feel here the opposite spins of your Merkaba, hence the polarity and hence being objective and finding balance, because you're not only working with relationships. Again, we're talking about your holographic field, your multidimensional body. Now you're learning how to oscillate your container, and these spinning in opposite directions is reflected in the relationships that I was speaking about earlier that you need to find balance with. So this is linked. It is the same. This is a very, very powerful point as far as beginning to travel through the multi-dimensional fields, not just have connection and contact. So the great attractor, once we learn how to use our Merkaba and get it spinning depending on the aspects, the great attractor is integrating here. Oh my goodness. The great attractor Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I couldn't see my screen. So the great attractor is when we're the work to be done here as far as like charging and engaging our holographic field is we're actually holding the light. That's the the way that the great attractor, the Lineage, influences our field. And when we're holding the light, we're automatically pulled to these higher frequencies. We're automatically pulled to these higher states of consciousness. We're automatically pulled to these service to other naturally. It's just so beautiful and enveloping. And when we are working with our holographic field in the Shapley attractor, this is where it's going to pull us into the things that we are unaware of and we do not know. We only have our human language and our human perception and the intuition as we perceive it. And I guarantee there's more. I guarantee I have learned so much by working with the Shapley attractor that I don't even know how to communicate. And much of it has to do with engaging and sensing and learning to be receptive to signals that are coming through our field. It's heightening our senses and heightening our interpretations of the information that's coming in. This is really outside most of fields of uh, language that I hear people talk. This is telepathic, but not telepathy often is using words. This is like complete exchanges of all data and information from my brain to yours. And this has nothing to do with chips. This has nothing to do with technology in my ear. And I guarantee that you do not need anything in your body to engage with, interact, travel, or have any relationship with anything outside in the cosmos. Please know that the path to contact and communication comes through activating, boom, 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 boom. You're coming online. You're coming online and you're moving through these states of consciousness. You're moving through these streams of light and information and energy. And as you do, it activates you. This is how you communicate. This is how you travel. Do not put anything in your body. Do this naturally. Allow yourself to unfold into this beautiful universe that we have. And get ready because you know what? This is just like a drop. This is hardly anything. This is just like, oh, how do I get there? And once you get there, there's going to be like some crazy pants stuff coming in. So, and I look forward to joining everybody and just expanding and learning and growing. These exchanges are just so powerful. And so, again, in conclusion, 3 simple ways just to begin your activation, begin dialogue, begin the process is literally just think about it. Just think about them. Just think about all of those beautiful locations in the universe. Look up. Find the stars. My gift to you is going to be a PDF document of this presentation to include the maps and astronomical data. So you will have a map and you will know where to look from your backyard. Just take a peek. Oh my God, it's so beautiful up there. Also, from an astrological perspective, take note of the transits. Monitor when those planets are looping around and in front of any of your supercosmic points. And the moon goes around every 28 days. And so, really, this is like going to bring you into the feeling and the sensation. Allow yourself to feel and sense these locations through the moon as it transits in front, it passes in front, and there it's just making that beautiful direct line between you and the moon and the location. And another thing is just take time to meditate. And I'm not talking about sit down, be still, don't talk, find your quiet. I'm not talking about that, but that is good and has power. But if you're just beginning this process, just try again to feel energy. What does energy feel like? What do I feel like? just feel what you are outside of your body. Just try it. One of my teachers has a great, you can feel the energy between your hands. Rub your hands together and push them. Start to feel that. Use your meditation time. Go stand under the sun. Feel the sun on your face. Feel how it is interacting with the energy particles floating all around you, through you, and send signals back. At the end of every day, I always used to take my kids, and I tried to catch a sunset. I always said, "Goodbye, sun. I love you, and thank you for a beautiful day." Speak of the devil. It's my son. So those are the 4 most prominent ways I suggest for you. Just go for it. Stop messing around. Just get in, figure yourself out, know your soul, feel yourself, claim your energy. Get to know yourself because you're kind of amazing. Remember, you are a galactic citizen. These cosmic super points affect every single part of your existence here on Earth: spirit, psyche, mind, heart, body, power, passion, and your connections. And as you explore your charts, you're going to have a remembrance. It's going to happen. Your cosmic intelligence will awaken. Guaranteed. And your multidimensional field will expand into the cosmos, your home. And you may even become a master navigator of the quantum fields. Well, there you have it. I hope that you enjoyed this presentation. I hope that you found something insightful and activating. More than anything, just enjoy your now. There's good things ahead. I send you all of my love and a big hug. Take good care. Love ya. Bye.
It is my great joy to introduce our next speaker for day 4 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026, Emily Ghosh. Emily is a heart-led guide devoted to helping clients remember who they are beneath conditioning, fear, and inherited limitations. Through intuitive guidance, sound healing, and subconscious programming, she supports clients in reclaiming their truth, reconnecting with their soul's purpose, and welcoming home their most divine self. From a young age, Emily was drawn to the unseen, deeply sensitive, and attuned to mystery. Her life has unfolded through a series of soul initiations and rebirths, awakening her gifts as a bridge between worlds. Rooted in both academic study and spiritual initiations, Emily bridges grounded knowledge with mystical wisdom. Her training spans sound healing, breath work, energy healing, astrology, and trauma-informed practices, offering a multidimensional approach to soul growth. She holds a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Arizona and an MBA from the University of Tampa. Emily is a certified sound healing practitioner, breathwork facilitator, and received her Galactic Astrology and Quantum Soul Guidance certification in 2023. Emily's presentation title is Quantum Soul Parenting and Supporting the New Earth Children. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Emily Ghosh. Great to see you here, Emily. Welcome.
It's truly such an honor to be here and to be gathered together at this time. It is such a potent time astrologically and energetically. And really, many ancient prophecies have shared about this time. Many mystics, astrologers, wisdom keepers have talked about a future generation that would incarnate on Earth at this time. We see it from the Hopi prophecy, which foretold of the children of light returning when humanity forgot its original instructions. And the Mayan teachers that shared that after the end of a 26,000 year cycle, a new human would emerge, one with activated multidimensional awareness. There are Vedic scriptures which describe children incarnating at the turning of yugas with Siddhic abilities. And of course, Dolores Cannon in her work, she talked about the 3 waves of volunteers. And so in almost every tradition, there has been described a time of transition, of confusion, of collapse, followed by the arrival of children who truly carry codes for a new world. And that's what we're going to be exploring about together today during our time. Astrologically, we are experiencing one of the most significant collective transitions in modern and ancient history. And I know many presenters gathered here are sharing about some of the astrological indicators of this time, but of course we know Pluto entering Aquarius is a huge indicator of a great transformation. Pluto is a sign that alchemizes, that allows us to transform, transmute, to rebirth in a new form. And so we also have Neptune entering Aries, signaling a new spiritual era, and all of the outer planets changing signs. And our planet is literally moving into a more photonic region of the galaxy. We're receiving higher light, higher frequencies, higher information. And with that, there is a new energy that is here arriving on Earth at this time. And so these children arriving now, they are more attuned to these frequencies. They carry memories and codes of these higher points of consciousness, these star systems where perhaps there has been more of an evolved form of consciousness that is really being rebirthed at our planet at this time. And so they're really truly helping us to co-create a new Earth. And that also happens through our activation, through our remembrance, through each and every one of us really returning to our own original divine blueprint, being able to really share our own unique gifts and abilities, just like this beautiful tapestry that's interwoven, where each of us is able to shine and be the unique radiant lights that we came here to be. And so I want to just share a little bit of my own personal journey of saying yes to becoming a mother in this lifetime. I wasn't sure if it was something that I was going to do or have the opportunity to experience. I was about to turn 40, and I was really looking for deeper clarity of if I was meant to be a mother in this lifetime. And so I received the download to travel to Mount Shasta by myself, and I said yes and went on this mission. And I knew it had something to do with learning deeper and receiving answers. And around that time, I was reading a book that's called Spirit Babies, and it's a really wonderful book. It talks about communication with souls that are incarnating and how we can begin to have this type of conversation, this type of communication. And I started to begin to communicate potentially with a soul who may be incarnating. And around the time of traveling, when I was in Mount Shasta, I received this clear feeling, this clear knowing that, yes, I am meant to be a mother. And the key to that, I feel, was saying yes to this mission. I traveled back home to Florida and conceived my son 2 weeks later. And what I feel like is the takeaway and the thread of that story is whatever it is that we're getting the ping or the download on, whether it's to become a mother or whether it's to birth a new divine offering that feels very heart aligned, or to share in a new way, or co-create or create something. It really is saying yes to that mission. I think that is a key part of it, and trusting and surrendering into the process. And so really, my son, like so many arriving at this time, is here to help anchor in a higher frequency. And so really, truly becoming a mother is an activation. It was an activation. But I really want to remind us that each of us, whether we are a parent in this lifetime, we all are stewards as these older generations that have ushered in, that have had made way, that have cleared out karmic imprints and densities in order for this new, higher, more attuned generation to arrive here on Earth at this time. And we're here really to co-create this new way of being here. And so together, we're going to be exploring who these starseed children, there's lots of different names, rainbow, diamond children, crystal children who are incarnating on Earth at this time. Why now? We talked a little bit about some of the astrological indicators, but we'll explore some more. And we're also going to be talking about how to support these souls at this time, and how our own healing, our own remembrance helps essentially to guide them. So let's dive in. So these new children arriving now are different. And one of the indicators that's really interesting and fun to explore is looking at the generational waves, and how this relates to some of the outer planet alignments as well as fixed star alignments. And so one of the energies that I just want us to briefly look at during our time together today is Pluto, because Pluto is such a powerful energy that helps us to really rebirth and to alchemize. And so it also has one of the biggest impacts from a generational and collective evolutionary perspective. And so really, when we talk about Pluto, it has the ability to dismantle, to rebirth, to move out and make way for everything that's been outdated, everything that's no longer in alignment, everything that feels maybe stagnant or misaligned with truth. Pluto just clears out and helps us to make way and to really release what no longer serves us. And so what's fascinating about Pluto is that Pluto will spend anywhere from 12 to 30 years in a single sign. And so what this means is that entire generations of souls can incarnate under a single Pluto signature. And you can look at it sort of as them arriving on Earth with a single curriculum or a collective assignment that they're here to investigate and to uncover and to heal and to bring into greater balance and harmony. And of course, as we know, there's many different assignments and there's so many different nuances to our blueprint, but Pluto is one of the areas that we, perhaps let's say it this way, is that we said yes to. We said yes to this collective assignment and something that we benefit from individually and also collectively. And so let's look at some of these assignments. And so we can start back to Pluto in Leo, which took place from 1939 to 1957. And really one of the themes of this generational group is about creative sovereignty. It's about self-expression and leadership, and perhaps any of the areas where there would be a tendency to hide one's light or to be in the background, to not allow that playful, creative leadership to flow through and to be seen and to be recognized. There really is this invitation for those gifts to be seen and to really bring forth that energy of leadership, of creativity, of self-expression. And then next we have Pluto in Virgo, which was 1957 to 1972. And here the themes that are being brought into balance are around service. They're around health and healing, the body, balancing mind and body as well. And so these are some of the ones that helped us to birth integrative medicine, organic food, environmental awareness. There is, perhaps this focus on purification, on refining what has already been in process and flow and bringing it to a new iteration, into a next level of the evolutionary process. And so then we move to Pluto in Libra, which was 1971 to 1984, of which I'm a part of this generation, and maybe many on this gathering are as well. But one of the themes for this generation is looking at right relationship and balance in terms of relationships, in terms of relationship karma, in terms of relationship with masculine and feminine energy, and bringing that back into balance and harmony, which has been out of balance, as we know, on our planet for a long time. And also really looking at relationships in general, and like redefining what it means, what is divine union. And perhaps some of this generation is there is this sense of looking at divine union within, and how that translates the inner to the outer reality and landscape. And then next we move to Pluto in Scorpio, 1984 to 1995. And this is really about looking at those deeper places and spaces, those themes that maybe are taboo or more challenging to look at or talk about, but really bringing them to light, bringing them to the surface, and knowing that it is essential to our evolution and to our journey into self-realization, to look at some of these areas and places and spaces where perhaps we haven't wanted to go. Maybe we've disassociated, or we've numbed, or we found other ways of not looking at these areas. And now we're bringing them into more of a depthful awareness. So looking at how our relationship is with, transitions, with things like death, with things like sexuality, how we're dealing with trauma. And, we see more of a rise of doing the deeper trauma work and the deeper healing and the shadow work, and especially with this generation. Pluto in Sagittarius, right? Like one of the themes of Sagittarius is about freedom. It's about this higher ideals and higher wisdom, and bringing, this passion for letting go of anything that feels confining and that feels like an outdated way of thinking or believing, and being really more open to higher consciousness, being more open to new thoughts, new beliefs, being open to travel, being open to looking at different cultures, different practices, and kind of bringing it all more a global and perspective. And then we move to Pluto in Capricorn, 2008 to 2024. And of course, with Capricorn, we are looking at alchemizing power and hierarchies that have been outdated. And so this generation is really here to disrupt the idea of hierarchy and systems that don't feel aligned, and really looking at reimagining these systems and structures in a new way. And how do we look at power, and how do we look at, these themes of really getting what, reaching our goals, but doing so in a way that feels more harmonious and aligned. And then, of course, this newest generation of Pluto in Aquarius, where Aquarius brings forth these themes of freedom, of independence, of, perhaps connecting with more galactic energy, and more, connected with, technology, of course. And also with Aquarius, there is this deep love of community and serving more of the collective good through our own individual gifts and talents. And so with this generation, they're really here to share their unique gifts in a very unique way, and not to blend in, not to fit into the mold. And so this is really exciting. And it also gives each of us the opportunity, as being activated through this, you could look at it as initiation, to share similarly with our own unique gifts and talents, and how all of that is so deeply needed at this time. So what I just want to share and recap is these Diamond Children, Starseed Children, have the ability to really, they are so sensitively attuned. And this is such a gift, and it allows to tap into different realms of consciousness. And so some of the ways that we can support these children at this time is to really validate their intuition, to really acknowledge their gifts, and to get curious. So asking questions about, where did you feel that in your body? Or what is it that you're seeing? And to not discount or discredit anything that is being brought forth by these children and what they're seeing and witnessing, because perhaps it's something that maybe we don't understand, or we don't see, or maybe we lost that gift in some way or shape or form. And so they're here to help us remember. And so we can create the spaces in order for those gifts to really thrive and be nurtured. And so moving into really this new generation, one of the things that has been witnessed actually in the research is that there is this higher sensitivity that is being reframed in some ways in terms of some of the things that maybe, you know, we labeled as being such. And now we're looking at it, perhaps, you know, we have transmissions such as the telepathy tapes that have come out and been widely popularized and widely accepted, which is, again, another indicator of us moving into the age of Aquarius, where humanity is ready to accept more of these things that maybe have been more not looked at the forefront, and we're looking at them in a new way. Things like telepathy, or things like, you know, neurodivergent conditions, and seeing perhaps the gift and, you know, some of the gifts that are being brought forth by these individuals. So one of the ways as well that we can support these children is to really help them to understand their unique blueprint. And that can be done, of course, through a variety of different modalities and systems. But, you know, galactic astrology can be a powerful way, as well as, you know, astrology, which our way of even interpreting this language is vastly expanding at this time. We also have modalities such as the gene keys, human design, numerology. These are all tools that parents can really help to better understand a unique child's blueprint and what they really came here to express, experience, their unique soul curriculum. And of course, you know, we'll get into some of the different ways that we can further support through different creative play and rituals. So also want to bring forth and recognize and acknowledge that these children incarnating at this time also are carrying very significant alignments to the fixed stars and these points of higher consciousness in their blueprints, you know, so they're bringing forth these codes from different fixed star systems. Sirius perhaps bringing forth this higher knowledge, Regulus, you know, the heart-centered leadership, and Taurus, you know, helping with healing, with shadow work and integration. Fomo had that Christ consciousness energy. Aldebaran, guardians of truth, and Arcturus really bringing forth this technology and higher wisdom. And so really so many different codes that are being brought forth to assist humanity at this time, which is so exciting. So we talked a little bit about understanding a child's unique blueprint, but let's also explore some of the ways that we can encourage a child's highest expression. And what I really just want to pause and feel into at this time around supporting starseed children, diamond children, children incarnating on Earth at this time is that, you know, it's not just about understanding them. It's about really truly understanding ourselves, because everything that's needed from us as parents, as stewards, whether it's emotional attunement or boundaries or creating nervous system regulation or creating the spaciousness for authentic expression, these are really all the things that our own inner child needs in order to thrive. And so when we talk about this section, I just invite you to really attune to your own inner child in this moment and what it is that he or she most desires at this moment, because we all are having the invitation at this point in time, it is my deepest understanding and felt sense to do the deeper inner work, inner alchemy, inner healing, in order to really remove anything that holds us back, that no longer serves us. So releasing those places and spaces where perhaps it felt more limiting, like limiting beliefs or limiting patterns. We can do this through our own reparenting, our own inner child work. And so just inviting us to really, attune in this section to what it is that we're most desiring, most needing in this present moment for our own greatest, highest evolution and growth. And so when we look at these keys of safety, sovereignty, soul expression, it's kind of a neat way of looking at some of the keys that are so pivotal for really creating this garden, this ecosystem for children to thrive, and especially these new sensitive, highly intuitive beings that are arriving at this time. So encouraging self-led play and allowing the child to guide what it is that they're most curious, and following their highest excitement. And as I say that, I even really think about Bashar, who is a well-known channel, who talks about that quite regularly, about following your highest joy and excitement. And I think it's something that we forget, being here for a while, is that maybe there's, this, well, I have to do this, or I have to, be serious. And so we're really invited to play and to follow more of our highest excitement and joy, and to really allow that to be a sense of our own creative expression. And so doing that by even discovering what it is that lights us up. If there is, perhaps a moment where that's been, it's been forgotten what it is, or it needs to be further explored or remembered. And so even asking the question, what it is that is my highest excitement, what it is that I am feeling, a draw or a pull or a curiosity about. And then we have the opportunity really to imagine and to play and to use visualization in such a powerful and unique way. Really, it is a part of our capabilities to visualize and to envision and bring forth that which we are imagining, and to bring it into. And so one of the greatest ways that we can support these highly sensitive children is to look at sound, look at water, look at light, look at nature, because these are, as we are collectively remembering, some of the most potent and profound healing modalities. And so with sound frequencies, there's a lot of research that is really emerging on this, and the power of sound and music to support children. And of course, sound, the ability to hear, is one of the first senses that is developed in the womb. And so children are automatically attuned to sound in the mother's womb, and that just continues. And so we can work with sound frequencies. So there's a lot of research around the connection with music, and the ability to thrive, whether that's from a developmental perspective, reading, it helps cognitive abilities and things like this. But then we also know that sound has the ability to help us with our nervous systems, help us to lower any biomarkers of health, for example, blood pressure, and increase oxygen levels, and really helps us to come into our hearts and out of the thinking mind. And so making, it a point to play with sound with children can be such a powerful gift. And so whether it's mantras, whether it's chanting, whether it's lullabies, or playing with and working with sound healing instruments can be such a beautiful way to really help support children in their nervous systems, and to feel safe, and to also explore creatively. So just again, some of the ways that we can do this is through drumming. It could be through, singing affirmations or chanting, or just, putting on favorite music and kind of exploring. There's lots of different, games that you can play with your children to really allow this passion for music to thrive and develop. I know for my son, just having a large kind of basket of different instruments, or different things that can be used as instruments, whether it's a metal straw that can be used as a drumstick. You can get super creative, and it's just so fun to witness the play and the creativity. And whether it's clapping or toning, there's just so many ways that we can work with sound. And, same with light. We just are also recognizing and expanding our awareness and remembrance of the power of light. And so, there are times of day where we can really connect and get that vitamin D, and also, be out in nature. And so having a regular practice of being out in nature, of having, time where you're away from any type of screens or fluorescent lights, and just being in the beauty of nature and having that sunlight connection can be really, really healing and helpful and supportive. And then just moving to water and the water codes, because we recognize also that water is it's more than hydration. It's a living medium that carries memory, and it responds to our intention. And just there's so much expanding, exciting research around this. Of course, many are familiar with Dr. Emoto's work, but then also Veda Austin is another, leading voice, and the power of sound, and so many others. But really, we can, pour intention into our water, into our food, and really bless our water, and even teach our, children on how to work with the water, because we know that these positive intentions and these loving frequencies, when poured into water, and of course we know our bodies are 70 or more percent water. And so the more that we're infusing that energy into our own systems, into our own being, the more that we're attuning to these frequencies and energy. And there's a co-creative process that's unfolding with our own cellular remembrance. And so this can be super fun with kids. It could be playing in the bathtub, and and just playing with water, or playing outside in a lake, or the ocean, and just making that a part of really spreading the love of the element of water, which is so fundamental to our being. Again, so many different rituals that you can make up to really cultivate such a love and connection of the water. And then, nature being such a teacher, an ally, a friend to us. And, with that time in nature, we're able to really let go of any screens, any devices. People have different ways of thinking when it comes to technology, obviously, and children. But what's probably without a question or a debate is that though we have, technology that is quite advanced, there is such a benefit from all of us spending time away from the phones and the computers and just spending time out in nature and just being able to be fully present and being able to really attune to the beauty that is Gaia, that is Earth, that is our planet. And so, of course, like there is much research on this of how minimizing screen and device time is so important for supporting these highly sensitive, highly attuned beings. So I will leave it there for now, but there's just so much that we could explore. And really with that, I want to share about how these highly sensitive, highly attuned beings are really helping us to reimagine and co-create systems on our Earth at this time. And so really we're looking at all of our systems, right? And all of our structures and how they can be more supportive for what all of us need on Earth at this time. And perhaps some of the ways that these systems and structures no longer serve us. Perhaps they were built for different needs, and our needs, our consciousness is evolving, and therefore the systems that are here to support us at this time are different. They need to be different, and we get to really reimagine them. And so they really get to be the architects and co-creators of these systems. And so whether that's education, where, if there is more of a focus on standardization and everyone kind of getting the same type of curriculum that has very specific buckets of what's focused on, we know that this new generation really came here to be system busters and to nurture their own unique gifts and resonance. And so we need an education system that, of course, is very diverse and has different ways of supporting lots of different interests, and perhaps that is more child-led, and it encourages more unique curriculums of exploration. And with healthcare, right? Like looking at some of the ways that we can bring in these ancient modalities into our healthcare systems. And it starts perhaps with like childhood, where this love of music, this love of the outdoors, this love of, connecting with water and nature can be evolved into a new medicine, a new healing, a new pathway for our greatest expansion, our greatest wholeness. And imagine what it would look like if we weren't so much focused on maybe a Band-Aid or something to, be more of a quick fix when we have an illness, but instead we're constantly attuning. We're constantly finding ways of working with our frequency, working with our energy, attuning, and even knowing where our frequency is. Like we're teaching our children about chakras, about understanding energy, about working with their own vibration and how they are creators of their own reality, and therefore knowing all these different ways and all these different, this very large, robust toolkit, if you will, of modalities to work with their own vibration, to their heal, to heal, to bring in to greater harmonic resonance, and how we would, be as, how that would look individually and collectively. Family and community. I mean, this is huge. Anybody that has been a parent will, I think, resonate with this, which is that, it really does take a village, and how beautiful, we've gotten to a point where perhaps, this individualized nature, especially, here in the US, but I'm sure in many parts around our globe, is like, well, maybe that's not working in the best and highest good of supporting, new children, new people arriving on this earth at this time, because we really, it requires more of a village, more of a supportive community, where there is this sense of thriving together and support, and, all different ways of supporting one another and working together collectively. And so we get to really reimagine the village and re-village for the greater good. Also, technology, we mentioned this before, how it could be looked at as, positive or perhaps a negative, but how can we use technology, and how can we harness it for the highest, greatest good of all? Maybe it's apps and that allow for sound healing, meditation, creativity, really to be flourished and to be expanded and to be really brought forth in its highest form. And of course, there is all of these new technologies that are emerging to help heal, to help attune, that are going to just continue to be expanded upon in these generations to come. Again, like I feel like the Scorpio generation, Pluto and Scorpio, really helped us to go deeper with our shadow work, with our inner alchemy, with exploring those deeper places and spaces. And we get to continue on with that path where, our mental health or our approach to well-being and wellness is really informed by a deeper understanding of what wellness means, and that how we bring in wellness into every really corner and place and space of society. So into the workplace, into our daily lives, and to really recognize when we're out of balance and when we need to come back into greater harmony. So I just want to conclude with just sharing how these children really are a mirror. So they're incarnating, and they're being so crystalline in nature, their DNA, meaning that they really come in with fewer imprints or karma to clear. They really come in with this higher frequency energy and crystalline nature. And so as that, they really come in to help attune us, to help be a mirror, and to show us where perhaps our own self, our own being is in need of greater healing and integration. And so I just invited us in the very beginning to look at those places and spaces where our inner child could use a little extra support and love and anchoring in. And so we all know as parents, there's many opportunities for us to really look deeper at perhaps the places where there needs to be greater awareness brought forth. And for each of us, this will be unique, but there's so many different ways that children can help illuminate that for us. There's such a gift in that way. And, and maybe it's illuminating where boundaries are difficult for us, or where, having a voice is difficult, or, a multitude of different things. And so whatever it is that's arising or that's being reflected back to us, we have an opportunity to really drop in that moment and to really look at the deeper pattern from perhaps our lineage that's being passed down, that's being really shown to us, and to bring that into more of a place where we look at it, where we attune, and we bring it into awareness. And so one of the ways that we can really do that is to notice when we're being triggered, and to really look at the body, right? Because the body is the place where some of these emotions reside and some of our past imprints. And so we can look at the body because, as we know, ascension, it really is about ascension at this time, and how we are ascending in our physical bodies, our physical temples, and how we are also invited to look at how the body keeps score. Look at some of the ways where perhaps there is an invitation to look at a place or space that has been dormant, that's an emotion that needs to be given some attention and awareness to. And I really believe that, like I say, when we allow our emotions, when we are able to feel, things are able to pass through us more easily and harmoniously. So we can bring our awareness to the body. We can see what emotion is being highlighted, and also, look at what the story is around that sensation. So if that sensation could talk, what would it say? Perhaps it's saying something that is a story that we've held on to for a very, very long time. And we perhaps can give our inner child what he or she needed that was never received at an earlier time. So maybe it's saying that you're safe. Maybe it's saying that I see you. I see you, I honor you, I recognize you. And when we speak to our inner child in this way, it's so incredibly healing, and we're able to shift things so fast because we're able to trace it back. We're able to connect back to what this story is illuminating for us, a past hurt, a past timeline, and we're able to give ourselves what we need in that moment and heal it, not only for ourselves, but for past generations and for future generations. So it really is that powerful. And what I just want to conclude with today is that each of our gifts and our medicine is so deeply needed at this time. And so each of us, being here, saying yes to this mission, doing the inner work is such a great gift for humanity. And so just want to honor each of us, all of you who are here together. And, it really takes all of us, whether you are a parent, you're a healer, an artist, an intuitive, a creative, you are here to shape policy, or you're here to shape education, or you're here to raise the frequency, or you're here to build community. You're here to be a bridge between worlds. We need each of us, truly. And what's being asked of us is really to help co-create this new world that is a higher resonance, that is something that is in greater alignment and authenticity for all. And these children who are arriving at this time, they're really helping to activate us. They're helping to heal our inner child. They're helping to strengthen our boundaries, to help us to trust our intuition, reclaim our voice, reimagine how to reimagine all of these systems. And so through that, we get to really return to remembering our most exalted state of being. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much for being here and being you. And I just want to share a little bit about where to find me. I'd love to hear from you if you have questions, or if this, exploration resonated for you. Please reach out, and look forward to connecting with you. Sending so much love and gratitude.
It is an honor for me to introduce our next speaker, Sophia Das. Sophia is a certified Vedic astrologer, quantum soul guidance practitioner, and metaphysical researcher, bridging ancient wisdom with emerging consciousness modalities. Derived from the Latin philosophia, her name means wisdom, a calling that has shaped her entire journey. She has walked the ancient paths of Advaita, Vedanta, Vedic astrology, and yoga, while simultaneously exploring quantum physics, starseeds astrology, and AI consciousness. This unique synthesis of East and West, mysticism and logic, Earth and cosmos forms the foundation of her soul-led work. Sophia helps conscious leaders, spiritual entrepreneurs, and starseeds decode their divine blueprints for the age of Aquarius. Her work explores Nakshatras as leadership archetypes, planetary dharma codes, soul contracts, and the intersection of ancient myth with multidimensional consciousness. Through her work at sophiaastrology.com, she offers one-on-one Vedic and Galactic chart readings and runs a growing YouTube channel supporting a global community of starseeds. Sophia obtained her Quantum Soul Guidance certification in August 2024. Her presentation today is titled Nakshatras in Leadership and Power in the Age of Aquarius. Your nakshatra is not just astrology, it is your cosmic operating system for building a business in the age of Aquarius. In today's presentation, Sophia reveals how the 27 nakshatras map to 6 modern leadership archetypes, offering spiritual entrepreneurs a cosmic framework for purpose-driven success. She demonstrates how identifying your key nakshatra unlocks leadership style, decision-making patterns, and hidden shadows that sabotage success. As we enter the rare 2025 to 2030 Dasha Sandhi, traditional structures are collapsing while one-person business, AI automation, and spiritual entrepreneurship rapidly expand. Your ascendant, sun, and moon nakshatra determine whether you thrive or burn out. Discover why your unique perspective is your niche and how to anchor resonant community rather than chase it. Your cosmic blueprint is your business strategy. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Sophia Das. So good to see you here, Sophia. Welcome.
Most people think Nakshatras tell them who they are. I am here to show you who you can become and the influence you were born to wield. Hi, I am Sophia. I'm an Aquarius ascendant with Sun in the 7th house in Leo. I was born to build leaders who shape the age of Aquarius. I take ancient wisdom and make it radically practical. This is applied astrology that you can use Monday morning to make better decisions and step into your power. So today we'll be covering 3 things. First is the age of Aquarius and why from 2025 to 2030 was a preparation phase like no other. One-person businesses, spiritual entrepreneurship, and why the next 5 years truly matter. And then 2 is the 27 Nakshatras, because I practice Vedic astrology, will be mapped to 6 leadership archetypes. So we discover your archetype, your strengths, shadows, and how to activate your highest potential. And number 3 is how to protect yourself as a leader. Because AI brings abundance, but it also brings loneliness. So I'll show you how to build resonance-based communities and thrive in your uniqueness. So let's begin. So what exactly is the age of Aquarius? We know in Vedic astrology, again, that Pluto will be in Aquarius past 2030. Okay, it's marks a huge shift. But 2025 to 2030 in Vedic astrology is known as Dasha Sandhi. That means the space between 2 major planetary cycles. It's often characterized by very unstable, chaotic activities, but it is full of potential. So you'll see during Dasha Sandhis that old structures sort of collapse faster than new ones form. Traditional employment, we know, is crumbling. Institutions are losing trust. And the old way, where we traded time for money and retire at 65, is truly over. So what is Aquarius energy? Aquarius energy is innovation and technology. We know it is decentralization and autonomy. We know it is community over corporation. We also know it is truth over tradition and individuality for the collective. So let's not romanticize the Aquarian all the way, because shadows do exist here. One of them can be detachment, becomes coldness, rebellion without purpose, takes you nowhere, and technology that isolates us instead of freeing us. And freedom can feel like forced isolation or loneliness. So these are some of the shadows we need to bear in mind before we romanticize this age, but there are ways to work around it. So what exactly is coming for the economy? We know that AI is already marking this Dasha Sandhi, right? So AI automation by 2030, one person with the help of AI can do the work of a company. So we don't really need degrees or trust funds because they'll matter very little. You need skill, courage, and internet access to succeed. Then there is digital money. We've got crypto, decentralized finance, making wealth abundant, but distributed differently. So networks and resonance define a new reach. Creators, app developers, and spiritual teachers can be seen using digital money as well. We also have alternative education, so homeschooling, online learning, special needs programs all come under that. Then there is digital nomadism, So remote work, borderless living, global residency, rather than, fighting over borders is seen here. Then we've also got purpose over paychecks, right? So side hustles, portfolio careers, coaching, healing, community-driven industries are exploding. I'd say that COVID wasn't at all random. Astrologically speaking, it was initiation into Aquarius. It was forced isolation where we moved from, physical contact to online interaction, and that our trust within the institution was broken in some way or the other. So we started to question everything. So the key here, okay, so within the next 10 to 15 years, dual income becomes mainstream. Your unique perspective is your niche. Okay, so you equals money. So building your niche isn't just optional anymore, it is survival. I also want to say the warning here is to build an Aquarian business with Piscean energy. And what is Piscean energy? It's passive, waiting, hoping for miracles, things like that. If you're building a business with that intention, you will struggle, because Aquarius requires that you show up for yourself. You build in public, experiment, you fail fast, and then you iterate. This is applied spirituality, not bypassing. This is what is demanded in the new age. And this is where your nakshatra comes in. So let's find it. Okay, you ready? All right. So first of all, your nakshatra is determined by your moon's position at birth, not just your north node. That's a common misconception in Vedic astrology. 27 nakshatras are spread across 360 degrees, each covering 13 degrees and 20 minutes of the zodiac. Okay, so the 3 key nakshatras you need to locate, and I'll tell you step by step how to do that. Open the free PDF on this link. Okay, add in your email, open the free PDF on this link. There is, straight off the bat, a website that says Deva Guru, deva.guru. Go to that website. It's a Vedic astrology website, completely free. You can add your details in there, which is your time of birth, location of birth, and date of birth. And then on the PDF, you'll be able to see a screenshot. And I have that on the screen here for you as well. That screenshot will give you the nakshatra table. Literally the first 3 points in that table is what you need to locate. So it's the ascendant, the moon, and the sun, as you see on the screen. Okay, so the ascendant nakshatra, and you'll find the nakshatra to your right, is how you show up publicly. This is your leadership style in action. Your moon nakshatra is your emotional operating system, how you perceive the world. Your sun nakshatra is your purpose, your ego, your consciousness, what your soul came here to achieve. This is your grand leadership style. Okay, so you start with whichever nakshatra resonates with you most in terms of your leadership style. If you don't know what the nakshatra means, that's completely fine. You can go with either the sun, moon, or ascendant, whichever one resonates with you, the point in your chart. You go with that one, and we can evaluate from there. Okay, it's also possible that you operate with all 3 combined. You might have a primary one and a secondary one. This is totally normal. Okay, we are multidimensional beings and we change based on our environment. So go with what resonates and leave the rest. Perfect. So now I want to talk about what it means to be a starseed entrepreneur in the age of Aquarius. So, in the age of Aquarius, I think everyone is being activated as a starseed. The veil is thinning from all of this solar activity we've experienced like never before. People are waking up. If you're a starseed building a business, understand this. You're not just building a business, you're building a mission delivery system. Okay, so in this age of Aquarius, your cosmic blueprint is your business strategy. So your nakshatra tells you how you make decisions under pressure. Do you act fast or do you strategize? What is your natural leadership style? So in teams, do you lead from the front or support the back end or bridge the gaps? And how do you build trust and influence? So with new ideas, do you jump in or plan first? What shadows can potentially sabotage you? So in conflict, do you confront, avoid, find the middle ground? And what business models feel aligned to you? So this is talking about your energy, really. This is, are you explosive or are you steady? So for the next 20 minutes, we are mapping the nakshatras to the 6 leadership archetypes to understand your superpower in business, in career, and life purpose. Look, it doesn't just have to be business. Even if you're working, even if you're working from home, or if you're not working, let's say you're a homemaker or you're retired, it doesn't really matter. Your leadership style is how you serve the world, how you serve your home, your family, how you serve the community after retirement. All of this is encompassed in these 6 archetypes. Okay, so let's begin. So now that you have your nakshatra, there are 6 leadership archetypes that I want to talk about. And this is based on years of observation, research, and client work. Okay, so the first one is visionary or the innovator. The second one is the strategist or the planner. The third one is the protector or the guardian. The fourth one is diplomat or connector. The fifth one is executor or trailblazer. Sixth one and final one is the mystic and the introspective leader. And they all have their superior qualities. So let's find out. Let's start with the visionary innovator. So the nakshatras involved here are Ashwini, Bharani, Purva Falguni, Purva Ashada, Vishakha, and Purva Bhadrapada. So what you need to do is go back to your Deva Guru, right? Go back to the screenshot, locate the first 3. And does your moon, ascendant, and sun fall into any one of these categories? Because then it might apply to you, right? It might be worth just looking at all 3 anyway. Yeah. So with this archetype, you see possibilities where others see obstacles. Okay, you're the first to try new things. You're the first to challenge systems. The strengths here are bold decision making. You inspire change. You're comfortable with your risk. You have natural charisma. You are energized by newness. The business models for this one, right, is founder. Maybe you start a startup. Disruptor, thought leader. You could be one by writing a book that changes the consciousness of the planet. You can start movements. You can create trends. Okay? So the shadows of this one would be impulsiveness, where you tend to overlook details a little bit. You can have a bit of scattered focus as well. You could also get bored very easily. And sometimes you could be more confident without looking at facts, so overconfidence. In 2026, when AI is handling most of our heavy burdens, right, the details that you hate, what you can do to make yourself really successful is build systems or partner with the next archetype, the strategist, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Because what this is going to do is, if you partner with them, you won't collapse under your own potential, because this is grand energy. Big, 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 big energy. You're hard to miss. So if you feel like you're really big in the world and you don't have a lot of support, you need to go get support. And we'll talk about that in a second. Then we've got examples of this kind of archetype. We've got Elon Musk. His moon nakshatra is in Purva Falguni, and he's constantly launching, inspiring everyone, but he's chaotic and impulsive as well. And then we've got Oprah, right? Her ascendant is in Purva Falguni, and she's reinvented media. She's balanced vision with strategy. Yeah, big, big personalities here. So other business models that reel from that would be content creator, tech startup, disruptive coach, movement builder. So these are really good examples of that. The exercise for you is, if you're thinking about this archetype seriously, is to identify one bold move this month, right? Outline your safety net with that bold move. It could be anything. Maybe you wanted to write a book, right? That's just an example. Outline your safety net and the worst case scenarios. Write down all the resources that you need to make this happen, whether it's time, whether it's strategy, whether it's moving around things within family, friends, etc. And I also want you to write down what kind of team you might need, because a visionary needs a strategist. There's nothing wrong with needing other people, but if you have strategist as also part of one of the 3 nakshatras, then you're golden. You can manage this on your own. I also want you to write down an exit strategy in case it doesn't work. You pivot, you be agile, and you move forward. Okay, so be bold, but be strategic. Now, I want to talk about the next one, which is strategist or planner. So the nakshatras involved with this one is Jyeshtha, Uttra Falguni, Uttra Ashada, and Uttra Bhadrapada. Now, this archetype builds empires slowly. This archetype does not chase shiny objects. This person builds foundations. Think in decades. Plan for contingencies. Okay? The strength of this type of archetype is they're very methodical. There's excellent long-term planning. You build things that last generations. This is legacy building work. They're patient, they're detail-oriented. Businesses that involve this sort of person, they can be CEOs within a company. Like I said, it just doesn't have to be businesses. You could be working in an organization and wanting to find out your leadership style, which is completely fine. So yeah, CEOs are people in leadership positions that do long-term planning are involved here. You could be a systems architect within the company, like knowing everything about a technology funnel. You could be a legacy builder. You can turn chaos into order. That's your specialty. The shadows with this one is rigidity. Okay, analysis paralysis. Being overly cautious. You could struggle with spontaneity. You could prioritize systems over people. That can also be seen here. Because everything in 2026 moves faster. Speed is the currency of 2026. We are in a timeline of fire and air. Okay? We know what happens when air meets fire. It becomes a wildfire. So speed is the currency of 2026. We want to take advantage of that. So if you're a strategist, one of the things you need is to build flexible frameworks, not rigid structures. You need to be agile. Okay, be prepared for things to collapse quickly and rise fast as well. Okay, I'll give you an example. Warren Buffett has Jyeshta Nakshatra prominent in his one of the threes, the top threes. He's a long-term investor. He's superiorly patient and methodical. The business models that work really well for this archetype is high-ticket coaching with proven systems, certification programs, wealth management strategies, sustainable products. Okay? So one of the exercises I would give you is set a 3-month goal for yourself. Break into weekly milestones. Build into pivot points to reassess. Learn to plan and adapt. Adaptation is what you need here. So you working with the visionary is indeed excellent because you can learn from each other. All right, next one. Protector or guardian. So this archetype and the nakshatras involved would be Mrigashira, we've got Pusha, we've got Chitra, we've got Anuradha, and we've got Revati. People trust you instinctively. You create safety, you build loyalty. You care about ethics, you care about integrity and doing right by your people. The strength here is building deep trust. Okay, you're an excellent mentor. You have ethical leadership qualities, you're empathetic, you create safe spaces for other people. Okay, so the business models for this one would be a coach, a healer, a community builder. People follow you because they feel cared for. Okay, someone who's a psychiatrist can also be part of this. The shadows is overprotectiveness. You tend to avoid confrontation. You can also enable unhealthy behavior because you're worried about confrontation. You take on too much, and that emotional labor can be extremely draining for you. You become overly attached. This is also seen. In 2026, AI makes human connection more valuable than any other commodity available on planet Earth because its empathy is scarce. So without a doubt, being put into a leadership role, whether you want it or not, your ability to create resonant space is your edge. You want to scale intimacy through groups and technology without losing human touch. I'll give you an example. Brené Brown. She's got Anuradha Nakshatra prominent in her chart. And she's built empires for other people on vulnerability, trust, and safe spaces. And why? Why do companies hire Brené Brown to teach their leaders about vulnerability? It's because the people at the top are generally quite alone and they're quite detached from their emotions. That's how they were able to prioritize work over certain other things. People like Brené Brown come in and then balance the scales. This is where your superpower is. So group coaching, being a healing practitioner, community platforms, ethical brands, membership sites that can teach about psychology and relationships and emotions really is where you land as a leader. Here's an exercise for you. Then within the next few weeks, mentor one person in your life without overstepping. Okay, so offer support, ask what they need, and then step back. Your job isn't to save people. I'm going to say that again. Your job is not to save anyone. It's creating the conditions for them to then save themselves. That is what a healer does. It lets the body do the healing work while it creates conditions around it for safety so it can heal. that is your work. So practice giving constructive feedback, which is clear, direct, and kind, which you already are. All right, next one. So we've got diplomat or connector. The nakshatras involved here are Punarvasu, Swati, Hasta, Shravana, Dhanishta, and Shatabisha. Now, this person is super clever. They know everyone, and everyone knows them, okay? You see patterns that other people miss. You are a natural networker. You're a smooth negotiator. You can bridge between worlds, really. Your strengths are excellent communication. You build alliances effortlessly. You're charismatic, you see win-wins. You're comfortable in complexity. The businesses that will work excellent for you is obviously starting with networking. You can be an event organizer, an event manager, someone who organizes collaborations, even litigation, really. As a lawyer, they do really well here. Can be a collaborator or people who deal with contracts specifically. You can make things happen through relationships. Some of the shadows here is you might prioritize harmony over truth. That's possible. You may avoid difficult conversations as well. There can be indecisiveness. There can be a risk being opportunistic also. You may overextend yourself sometimes. But in 2026, the network economy is your economy because it's the age of Aquarius. Aquarius belongs to networks. It's quite simple. So monetizing connections without burning them out is your superpower. Reciprocity, not extraction. Okay, so the example of this one would be Tim Ferriss, Hasta Nakshatra. He built an empire connecting with top performers. His network is his business, right? The second one for you would be Steve Jobs. Shatabisha Nakshatra. He's got uncompromising vision, relentless execution, and he excels at networking while keeping the technological vision of his foundation alive. Business models here could be affiliate partnerships, platform building, influencer collaborator, event organizer. I think I mentioned that. And then a strategic consultant. The exercise for you for this one would be to initiate one real partnership requiring compromise. Document what each one of those brings to you. Okay, what are the needs of that partnership? How success is measured and how conflict resolves as well. I would love for you to move just from networking to co-creation and see how that lands. Now we've got executor or trailblazer. So with this one, we've got Kritika, Ardra, Shlesha, Magha, Rohini, and Mula. None of these are easy nakshatras, let me just say. Point blank. These are explosive nakshatras. I hope you would pardon my French, but the theme here is you get shit done. Period. You don't overthink. You don't wait for permission. You don't need consensus. You see what needs to happen and you make it happen. Even if it is uncomfortable. Even if people don't like it. So the strengths here are you are action-oriented, absolutely fearless, you break barriers, you are energized by pressure, you are decisive, and have natural authority. So the business models here, you could be an operator, even a closer. can turn vision into reality. You scale fast and you make tough calls. The shadows here can be a bit of aggressiveness. You may ignore ethics for results as something to watch out for. And you can burn out quickly because of how fast you act. You may alienate other people through intensity. You may struggle with nuance and empathy occasionally. So we've seen that in leaders before, but it doesn't stop them being successful. And we need system breakers on the planet as well. So this is a system breaker blueprint. And in 2026, the world needs executives. I can't stress that enough. Because Aquarius, I wouldn't say it's docile, but it requires ethical execution. It can become so detached that it needs people to push it through, okay? But you can't actually bulldoze your way to the top. So balance. Execute with consciousness and integrity and care for the collective. So the example of this would be Patagonia's founder. He's got Rohini Nakshatra prominent. He's got trailblazing attitude in his business because he introduced trailblazing functional clothing for a trending lifestyle, for relentless execution and functionality. So the business models that would work really well for you would be a high growth startup, performance coaching, crisis management, high ticket services, and direct response marketing. The exercise I would love for you to take here is take one project, start to finish under tight deadline, document your process, what worked, what didn't work, what shortcuts were taken, at what cost was that? Was it worth it? Learn sustainable execution versus intensity spikes. That is the key to success with this nakshatra, with this archetype. And finally, we have the mystic or introspective leader. So the nakshatras involved here are Revati, Ashlesha, Uttarabhadrapada, Pusha, Shatabisha, and Bharani. This person leads from deep knowing. You don't just think, you see. There's vision involved here. You don't just plan, you innovate. So it's not just long-term vision, it's intuition, which is the most underrated intelligence in the world. The strength here is deep insight. You see patterns other people miss. There is transformative thinking, strong self-awareness. You lead from authenticity, and superficialness just upsets you. The businesses that are great for you would be spiritual teacher, healer, guide, psychiatrist, shaman, tarot reader. You help people see what they couldn't see before, patterns that are invisible. Okay? Astrologer also is a part of this one. The shadows of this placement is being withdrawn and disconnected from practical reality, overthinking internal states, and struggling to act, right? And also being seen as too esoteric. Spiritual bypassing can also come into this with the shadows, something to watch for. In 2026, AI creates hunger for depth and consciousness. Because technology can't provide us with that. Your ability to guide people inward is invaluable. But we want you to make the mystical practical. People want wisdom that they can use Monday morning. But when their lives are hectic and chaotic, they're not going to think about which sign is in their second house. They're going to think about what can I do now and make things happen and change my life straight away. Right? So example of this one I would give you is Ram Das. He's got deep insight. Spiritual teacher, right? His teaching is transformative, but he struggled translating Eastern wisdom with Western practicality. So we want to bridge that gap. The other person of note with this example is Carl Jung. And he made the unconscious conscious. His mystical teaching, I wouldn't say all of it was mystical, but it was very practical. That's integrated mystic to me. So, one of the best things you can do in terms of business models is become a spiritual teacher, intuitive coach, life coach, retreat facilitator, shadow work facilitator, mystical content creator, anything that you have learned through experience and you can pass that on to others through your teaching includes here. So the exercise I would give for you would be 30 minutes daily journaling leadership decisions. And what are these decisions? Well, what was in your intuition saying? It's like doing morning pages. You write without conflict, you just write. That's your intuition coming out naturally on paper. So when you write those, what is your intuition actually telling you? Are you fearing? Are you worried about outcomes? Are you learning? Are you developing applied mysticism? So what is your leadership style really telling you? Use depth for real-world decision, not spiritual bypassing. This is what needs to be learned through this exercise. So after you write all that down, if you can explain one mystical concept to a 12-year-old, if you can simplify it within one paragraph, that is your superpower. Because Einstein said, if you can't simplify it, you don't understand it yourself. Simplification will become your superpower because intuition is very complex. We all know that. So yeah, simplifying, work on that. So that was all of the archetypes. I would love to take the next 10 minutes in understanding and talking about what it means to build a sustainable leader in the age of Aquarius, because sustainability is the most important thing here. Without that, I think we can talk about archetypes all day and have it never land. Okay? So, the loneliness epidemic among Aquarian leaders is massive. And the reason for that is paradox. The more freedom we have, the more tools we have more opportunity than ever. AI makes us superhumanly productive. We know this. You can run a $1 million business today from a laptop, home, or a mountain, like the Himalayas where I am. But we are more isolated and anxious and even mentally unwell today than previous generations. It's actually quite shocking. Leaving the Aquarius energy unchecked leads to detachment. Detachment without community leads to loneliness. And loneliness is the single greatest killer of our generation. We know this. The WHO published stats on the fact that we are going through a loneliness epidemic today. And Aquarius is about community. So let's focus on the community aspect of it. Why do I bring up community and link that with business? Because what exactly are business people doing? You need to identify your community, the one you're serving, and build around it. Become the niche, and they will build around you. So there's two ways to go about this. Okay, we'll explore both. Now, 2026 in Vedic astrology, these are the transits that are most important. We've got Rahu, which is the north node in Aquarius. So again, this is initiation time. we've got South Node in Leo. So it's cutting out superficiality. We've got Saturn in Pisces. So Saturn tends to put a block on things, which means, wait. The Piscean age is over. I want you to look towards the North Node, which is in Aquarius, right? Yet it keeps its integrity because Pisces is traditionally ruled by Jupiter. And we have Jupiter in Cancer. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, which means it will deliver results here. Whether it's retrograde, not retrograde, doesn't matter. Jupiter loves Cancer. It's here to deliver. So what does this mean? First of all, in terms of numerology, is a number 1 year. If you add all the numbers together, 226 is 1. Number 1 is ruled by the sun. The number 1 in our charts shows up as our first house, which is also our ascendant. It is about leaders. It is about your leadership in the world. Meaning anyone who wants to be in a leadership role will be rewarded for their initiative this year. It's not a time to sit around. It's a time for action. Okay, so the next 12 months test your ability to stay grounded while you expand, because expansion is non-negotiable. North Node is in Aquarius. AI amplifies capabilities, but it won't give you meaning. So community here becomes very important. We want to optimize for productivity and connection both. Leaders who thrive do both, okay? Because the best businesses are built on serving the masses, as I mentioned, even if it's just selling a very minimal product. Nothing is minimal. You are the niche, so don't minimize yourself. All right, and the solution here is not rejecting technology, but finding resonance with it. What is technology actually serving is the question. Building around your uniqueness, not despite it. So use it as you will, but serve the larger collective. I'll give you some real-world examples here. In Italy, some of the families have brought land in Tuscany. They're homeschooling collectively, sharing resources collectively, maintaining sovereignty. There's individual autonomy within collective support. Within France, and this is quite interesting, entrepreneurs are buying chateaus and creating co-living and co-working spaces, shared expenses as well. And community is built around individualistic businesses coming together. This is co-living 2.0, which is fascinating. Then we've also got the Himalayas. In here, we've got Dharamkot, which is showing extensive leadership in terms of breathwork, yoga, all sorts of other creative activities that nourish the soul. I also want to add here Ubud, especially in Bali, and in Thailand, that would be Chiang Mai. Okay, they're doing similar things like this. Long-term communities are forming. These are purpose-driven individuals building businesses with mutual exchange. You serve me, I serve you. And then there are regenerative villages in Costa Rica, Portugal, Mexico, starting communities with solar panels, permaculture, and spiritual living. I wouldn't say they're necessarily communes. They're actually going online and they're running global businesses. And how they're doing that is very fascinating, so you want to check them out. So what exactly is the pattern with all these communities? What are they doing differently and why are they excelling, right? The common thread here is not communes, like I said. I don't think they're necessarily just communes. These are actually ecosystems of sovereign individuals coming together with unique skills and pouring them into development of the greater good. These aren't people searching just for community. These are people building businesses aligned with purpose. And then people are finding them. They don't have to go chasing people. They become the anchor and then people come to them. So here's what most people don't understand about this. And everything that I've explained today is that your ascendant, your sun, and your moon nakshatra is just the foundation. It's maybe 10% really of your cosmic blueprint. The real depth actually lies in advanced Vedic astrology. Your divisional chart, which is your D10 chart, this is known as your Dashamsha, 10th divisional. This is your career blueprint, your professional dharma, the specific way that you're meant to contribute to the world. Most people never look at this. This is almost underrated, underutilized, but this is exactly what will trigger your success. Then we have your Atmakaraka and your Dharakaraka. These are Sanskrit words, planets with the highest degree and lowest degree in your chart. These reveal your soul's purpose, because your highest degree planet will have traveled most of the zodiac and knows exactly what it's doing because it's knowledge collected from a past life. Whereas your lowest degree planets is something that you're not aware of. So you'll be attracting them in form of partners, learning from them through emotional attachment. I'm here to teach you exactly what that and how that manifests in your chart and in your life. So then we also have your Rahu Ketu placements, your North Node, South Node placements. These are not just signs, but nakshatras and house lords. This is your karmic axis, right? What you're leaving behind from past lives and what you're moving towards in this one. This answers, why am I here? What am I supposed to build? What am I most afraid of, but yet need to chase the most as well? Then we've got other things like your 10th Lord's Nakshatra. This shows how you're meant to lead, what kind of authority you naturally carry, business structure and things like that. And the list is actually quite endless. Vedic astrology is very deep. So success here then is not a misfire. This is a calculated strategic blueprint. The leaders who thrive in 2026 and beyond aren't just best at marketing, they're best at applied astrology. So this is what I would love for you to do. Please download the free Star Seed Leadership Blueprint in the link that is mentioned here below, or go to sophiaastrology.com. You'll be able to download this free blueprint there as well. I'll also keep posting this link, as I have done, in the live chat for you to keep accessing it. Okay, so once you have that, it'll give you all your archetypes, your business models, shadow work prompts, and there's a whole worksheet for you to follow. So you're not just looping in your brain, and it will activate you in the next 48 hours. So I highly encourage you to download this free blueprint and utilize it. 48 hours, you have a written plan ready and ready to go. And of course, if you want to go deeper, and I mean really deep, I have a 25% off all services on my website for the first 100 people that choose to use this code. And the code is Summit-25 off. The code is visible on the screen as well. It is Summit-25 off. And it is 25% off all services. So if you're not completely resonating with the leadership thing yet, you want to explore other elements, combining Vedic and Galactic astrology, you have access to all my services. Okay? And if you want to go specifically with the leadership, one, I have a new reading, which is Nakshatra Star Seed Leadership reading. So do sign up for that one, and that will also be 25% off. Okay? So this is a summit offer for every one of you for the first 100 signups, and then after that, it will be normal price. These readings will explore advanced Vedic astrology, and we will also talk about business strategy, monetization, nervous system regulation for high-performing leaders, how to become an anchor that attracts resonant community. So I hope this live session was truly beneficial for you. Here's what I want you to remember. Your nakshatra isn't just who you are, it is who you are designed to become. So the influence that you're meant to wield on planet Earth, the legacy you are here to build. The world doesn't need another generic entrepreneur. It needs you, fully expressed, fully aligned, and fully activated. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being willing to lead during massive transformation between now and the following age of Aquarius. Blessings, and I will see you soon.
It is my pleasure to introducing the next speaker of day 4, Tara Sumati. Tara's background bridges Eastern mysticism and Western traditions, carrying a lifelong devotion to ancient wisdom, history, and human consciousness. Through repeated cycles of darkness and rebirth, she brings living new Earth resonance into old maps. A decade ago, Pluto's transit over her North Node initiated a profound dismantling, leading her to leave a long corporate career and devote herself first to deep healing and then to supporting others in reclaiming soul sovereignty. Tara works with angelic realms guidance, the Akashic records, Reiki, Yoga Nidra, and Galactic Astrology, weaving these modalities into a precise and compassionate container for transformation. In today's presentation, Tara guides us through the ancient art of spiritual alchemy, revealing the synergy between astrology and the alchemical path of turning density into light. She explores the 4 stages of alchemy: descent, dissolution, integration, and radiant ascent, while introducing celestial allies including fixed stars, asteroids, minor and dwarf planets, and the supercosmic hubs of the Supergalactic Center and Shapley Attractor. Using 2 live-in natal chart examples, Tara demonstrates how angles and aspects patterns trace the nonlinear spiral of soul evolution. Her closing invitation is simple and powerful: to accept the call of quantum evolution, remember the ancient codes, awaken to who we truly are, and step boldly onto the alchemical bridge toward a new Earth. Please join me in welcoming Tara Sumati and her presentation titled New Earth and the Alchemist Path, Perspectives from the Paradox. Welcome, Tara.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. In this journey of great remembering, I'm grateful for the many voices that offer the wisdom of many perspectives. Each one has some gem that enhances or assists the receptivity or experience of one or many of us. Each one is a facet of this beautiful gem of conscious oneness, of unity. And together we gather under the sky and look to the stars and beyond. We open to receive. We open to remember. I thank you, Julia, for once again hosting this wonderful event where so many voices are given an opportunity to shine. I am Tara from Quantum Sunrise, and I'd like to share with you some perspectives from the paradox. And so I offer this invitation to the threshold as we walk together along this path to New Earth. Spiritual alchemy is the process of transforming density to light. Quantum healing, quantum alchemy is absolutely available and increasingly so in this time. If this does not feel accessible, these 4 steps are very helpful to be aware of, because when we're in the experience, we can feel immersed, we can become forgetful, we can become stuck in those dense energies. An awareness of these steps acts like a lifeline, allowing us to come back to the now moment and to resume our forward path. The first step is the Negredo. This is the descent to the underworld, or dismantling, a Plutonian or polarizing experience. While there in the underworld, the second step, the Albedo, where we begin to see shafts of light coming in through the darkness. We become open to new possibilities and the methods through which we might heal ourselves. We become open and receptive to this new possibility. Citrinitas is the integration portion, where we take this new information, we take new ideas, and we begin to implement them and experience them. Through that process, then come to the Rubedo, the 4th step. And I see us as practicing over and over through the Citrinitas, and the Rubedo being truly this new human for the new earth. As I see it, this is where we as individuals can present and become united, harmonized, coherent embodiment of spirit and matter, truly evolving along with our earth, becoming new humans with a new experience and understanding of consciousness and unity. The paradox has shown itself to me in looking at clients' charts in 2 points, in particular, the supergalactic center in the early degrees of Libra and the Shapley attractor in the early degrees of Scorpio. The supergalactic center is a supermassive black hole. It brings us the frequency of relational alchemy. So for anyone who has a very tight natal conjunction to this point, there's an irresistible draw to the other, to mastery of relationship, and also an irresistible draw of others toward you. Often the experience is that the 2 pass like ships in the night. It doesn't seem to quite work the way we're hoping for. This is when we're unconscious and unaware of the frequency and how to work with it. This relational alchemy is requiring of us to come into right relationship with ourselves, to acknowledge, alchemize what it is within ourselves that we are overlooking or not tending to, that we are seeking through others and through relationship. The Shapley attractor in the early degrees of Scorpio, while not a black hole, is also drawing towards it superclusters of galaxies. So this is a gravitational anomaly in space that is drawing everything in our known space towards it. The frequency here is one of unity, oneness, conscious oneness. Individuals with a conjunction to this point often have an absolutely innate sense of what is true and what is false. Without a conscious awareness of how they're tapping into this, what this very deep connection is, there may be a tendency unintentionally to manipulate others, to manipulate truth for self-serving purposes, for something less than what benefits us all and oneself. So when healed, this individual can be an absolutely compassionate, wise leader, a seer, an oracle. There exists the potential to bring through what is true for others. These two, of course, work together in very important ways. They have tended to present themselves in as significantly conjunct a planet in the charts of individuals who are bridge builders, path markers themselves, guides, edge walkers, shadow workers. These are often blue ray or crystal ray souls. As the outer planets move slowly and have generational placements, I'm going to offer that there are a generation of people right now who are coming online recognizing their potentials. Now, if this is you, I encourage you to have a further look at these areas in your chart. The path markers, which I was led to, the group of asteroids and dwarf and minor planets, I found through the charts of clients who had a few fixed stars common as significant in their charts. Those are Algol, which is a star of transformation, enforcing boundaries, sometimes vigilant, often misunderstood or overlooked individuals. Fomalhaut is one of the royal stars. This is Christ consciousness, very spiritual energy. Sirius is, of course, the star we associate with the Egyptian mystery schools and ancient Vedic teachings. There is mental acuity and also a deep connection to crystals. Finally, Bellatrix, which is one of the stars of Orion, has Amazon, fierce, resilient, triumphant warrior energy, powerful warrior, divine feminine energy. The first asteroid is Chaos, which is also referred to as a minor planet. Chaos is unlimited potential. Formlessness and disorder, when unintegrated, when well disposed and well integrated, this is a balanced place within and contains infinite creativity. Chaos is the first of the gods to arise after the birth of creation. In Greek myth, she is the first primordial goddess to arise. This is the gap between heaven and earth. So this is pure potential from which we can create. The next is Isis. And of course, Isis is the goddess of resurrection and reclamation, divine feminine sovereignty, wisdom, and great loyalty. Hecate is the goddess who gives guidance at the crossroads. She trusts her intuition above all else. She is the goddess of magic and is comfortable in the liminal space. She guides us to a place of comfort in that liminal space, that space of dissolution, almost chaotic space, and guides us to trust our own intuition in times of questioning choices. Trusting our intuition is Hecate's guidance. Persephone is she who makes the journey to the underworld. In her descent, she is stripped of all of her riches, all that she knows, all of her gifts. All of her regalia is taken from her. She sees herself now as nothing and is dismayed and weeps in that state. Her journey of healing begins through radical love and radical compassion, giving ourselves all of the nurturing that our inner child requires, that our wounded places ask us to bring. And then from that place, through the healing, she reclaims her gifts, reclaims her pieces, her regalia, composes herself in sovereignty, and rises to the surface with the agreement that she will return to the underworld for a brief period each year. Very much like our alchemical journeys, to which we will return at times to revisit, not to stay, not to go through the full depths again and to strip ourselves of everything, but simply to recognize the place and to move forward once again after leaving from our visit. And Ceres. Ceres is the mother of Persephone when we switch to Roman names. She is nurturing, renewal, cyclical, seasons. She is determination and motherhood, protectiveness. She is everyone's protective mother. She is unceasingly nurturing and also ruthlessly determined. Her energy is seldom harmonized to find that center balanced place. And the lesson with Ceres, what she invites us is to recognize the qualities we may have in common with this very powerful goddess, not to temper them, but to acknowledge their potency and then to conduct ourselves accordingly. The wisdom of Eris, who is the goddess of strife and discord, is to recognize where our righteous anger has been directed and to examine that, determine whether it is worthy of our action. She is calling us to be wise and discerning enough to recognize where a small detail, given our attention, may grow to become an all-consuming obstacle in our path. To be aware of this and to issue our energy and our attention accordingly, to have a discerning focus of action and intent with full awareness. Of course, the calculated points in our chart are always very significant. I've listed true Black Moon Lilith here as she ties in with this dark feminine, divine feminine energy. The position of all of these asteroids and planets reveal a path, an invitation to an evolutionary dance with the spheres revealed in patterns. The patterns map an experiential progression which matches the steps of spiritual alchemy. It's ours to choose to engage with it. And if we do so with openness and willingness, we'll find that the alchemical path, which is never without its deep shadow aspects on its journey, are also never without support. One more example of the pervasiveness of the paradox will be the contrast you'll see between the two experiences in each of these charts that I will show you. I hope that the differences between them will also help to assure you that no matter how different your own chart may look, or where the outer planets are placed in relation to these supracosmic points or any of these asteroids or path markers, that the pattern reveals a path, and this invitation to the evolutionary dance is open to everyone. The first chart that I'm going to share with you is a blueprinter designer. This is a very ancient soul, and we're looking at their galactic astro chart. There's a great deal of density to transmute. We see here that their ascendant is conjunct Bellatrix. So we have this divine feminine Amazon warrior energy as innate and natural to them. The supergalactic center is conjunct Uranus and Pluto, and it's honestly almost conjunct everything in the stellium that we see at the bottom of the chart. So there's a great deal of intensity, the supergalactic center influencing so much of this person's origins, who they are, how they feel, how they express themselves, and also this outer planet energy of bringing with them something far greater, far bigger, and resolving something far larger than themselves. True Black Moon Lilith is with Sirius, although it's not shown here because of the orb of influence. But we have a very significant interception of the Libra Aries axis. So the 5th and 11th houses, there is keen intelligence, healing and inner truth, and a remembering of trust, a honing of discernment in all of those interpersonal matters are the hallmarks of this individual's alchemical path. In this same chart, there are 2 yods. We're highlighting this aspect pattern here. Chaos is retrograde in the 11th house in Aries and is sextile to the midheaven in the 10th house in Aquarius. And they are both quincunx to the south node and to the sun. Now, this aspect pattern denotes a tension, something that is not resolved as much as we reconcile ourselves with the existence of this tension. It's an energy that provides us some kind of impetus to move beyond the discomfort, and that is what there is to be reconciled. In this instance, the sun and the south node in the 4th and 5th houses, both in Virgo, bring perfectionism in the way they present themselves, how they would like to be in the world, and also their conditioned expectations from the home in early life. There is tension and discomfort with their aspirations, their future, their plans and goals. This is related to masculinity and their reputation. These 2 things are working in harmony together. Their reputation, their plans and goals, and chaos in Aries, bringing this idea that there is a sovereign energy that can come forward. But there's intense tension with the sun and the south node at the apex of this yod. So this discomfort, this tension, the yod leaves it for the sun to resolve itself. And how will it address this discomfort? It isn't a matter of simply finding the right solution. It's to adjust within ourselves. How is it that we have contributed to this discomfort? What might we do to change our inner patterns so that something new can come forward for us, to allow new energy? There is a choice point with this about our aware engagement with the energies that allow us to move beyond our limited conditionings. Initially presented with challenge and discomfort, this is a squeeze that the yod presents. And in this same chart, we see the grand earth trine formed by Algol in the 12th house in Taurus, Ceres in the 8th house, Capricorn, and Pluto in Virgo in the 5th house. Now, this grand earth trine is rooted in the organic way that this individual moves through life, how they have experienced life, and their ancestral and familial conditioning. There's a rebelliousness and pride in self-sufficiency as a required state of being and a solution to all problems. This is an unhealed remainder of this trine. It seems perfectly natural that that should be the case. And yet, this is part of what is presenting for healing, for resolution, for release. Relationships will be challenged by this sense of how they should be. And it might reinforce patterns of karmic wounding that exist through this individual's ancestral lineage. And there is, however, profound support from Ceres. Ceres is assisting to heal, to retrieve, to nurture, and bring a final release. Engaging the supergalactic center in Libra, there is almost sort of an interference in this self-fulfilling pattern of self-sufficiency where the other must be brought in and considered. It's a bit of a wild card energy. Ceres brings in this alpha and omega kind of energy for ancient beginnings and present day clearing. The remembering is encouraged in order to release what's tense, what's dense, and holding this individual stuck in that pattern. They're invited and nurtured to release this for themselves. And this is when they find the 8th house, engaging with energies that are different than the home that they've grown up in, the 4th house, where Pluto is. Algol in the 12th house of closures, endings, their subconscious, and what it is that they know. So this individual, when they begin to dig down, has a deep knowing that there is release available for them to activate. Looking to the asteroid chaos and the energies that we see through the different aspects to this asteroid, the void of potential playing a central role in this individual, bringing forward practical actions. The fire of Venus in Leo and Mars in Sagittarius, trining chaos in Aries. This acts as an energetic ignition switch for a new paradigm to emerge from the void. When the individual chooses to pursue their passion, despite their conditioning or ancestral karma, when the individual chooses to pursue their passion despite conditioning, early life, the challenges posed in the 4th and 5th houses, or ancestral karma, or all of these. When they choose to pursue their passion, fueled by their creativity, all of that fire actually generates a more comfortable space for the individual. When they act in pursuit of something that they enjoy, the communication may be easier and softened, and the relationship with others. This is that supergalactic center challenge, paradox. This has begun to be understood, navigated through both sides of this. While it's not about choosing out of those energies what to keep and what to leave, but rather to understand they're all present and then to create that new paradigm from that place. The effect of willful and willing engagement with universal energies accessed through the chaos, the void, the womb of creation, is engaging the divine feminine as it's in her nature to balance an equation. In this case, activating the momentum of co-creation with our divine blueprint. This inertia or entropy of feeling stuck is released. Chaos is also in a square aspect with the true Black Moon Lilith in the 2nd house, which is in a 2 degrees orb from Sirius as well. So we have the combination of those energies, Sirian and Black Moon Lilith. So there is deeply wounded psyche way of thinking, this is a very challenging aspect because the deepest wound is also being really challenged by its seemingly everything. It's to be resolved. This truly highlights in the individual's evolution through life. This point gets highlighted as repeated wounding in early experience, and it kind of compounds that further conditioning through the fourth and fifth houses. But it's also there in this time of expansion to with someone who has, you know, lived some life and resolved some issues. This square presents later again almost as the reminder to say this familiar injury can be addressed. There's a participation on some level energetically that creates the circumstances, making that wounding a likely potential. And it's possible to make changes so that we're no longer as susceptible. We don't put ourselves in that position. And then supporting all of this change are sextiles to Bellatrix and the midheaven. So where the midheaven in the yod can really highlight the tension of everything in the individual's life, culminating back to that resolution of who they are. The sextiles in this case are deeply supportive. These energies of the triumphant divine feminine warrior and the midheaven act like a unification of those energies within the masculine and the feminine to come to not the external, but the very internal rescue of that true Black Moon Lilith energy within. In the second house, this really ties very closely to inner child work. And it's deeply supported. This midheaven and Bellatrix are reminding the individual of these deep resources that are inherent to them. Resiliency. Quincunx to the fourth house, sun, and the fifth house, south node. This again is the portion of the yod we looked at previously, and it's the very essence of who they are, seems at odds with their conditioning and the expectations. And so these energies can recognize one another and then move forward again as the path markers, guiding the way so that the journey is not this drudgery of moving from one trauma to the next, but rather reframing the experience that these are steps in a soul evolutionary journey. Now let's look to Persephone. She is in the fourth house of the home, the mother, roots, self-care. She is trining Saturn in the 12th, quincunx Chiron in the 11th, opposite Fomalhaut in the 10th, and sextile Shapley attractor in the 5th house. This individual's home did not have healthy boundaries, and any attempts at self-care were belittled, in childhood. The intercepted Aries Libra displays this as the challenge of our conditioning and the inevitable individuation, the building of a full life, and this relationship with ourselves. There's discomfort from an early age with the sense of who they are, all the foundational aspects of the healthy relationship with self, which were generally nurtured and which are things for this individual to self-determine. The Aries I am energy. As I mentioned, there's a great deal of ancestral karma, which they're here to transmute as they embody this shift and deliver these divine blueprints. Persephone is opposite Fomalhaut. Now, in their early experience, joy and abundance, these are pipe dreams. They're not available. All of that childlike play was also not allowed to flourish, not encouraged. Persephone, in her innocence, is stripped of what is hers by birth. There's a negativity that peppers all of the early conditioning. Support and nurturing have been removed or withheld from the individual's experience in early life. And by this, I don't mean so much physical sustenance as emotional and mental nurturing. This makes it very clear what's there to be healed. And so, firstly, is this opposition to Fomalhaut. Fomalhaut, when we open to receive, there is super potent energy available here that can assist. And this doesn't feel like it's remotely accessible to this individual. As they mature, this is when they can open to invite something new, fresh energy. So in this transmutational journey, all of the steps that might feel challenging, there is sustenance available. Fomalhaut energy can bring this. It offers it. We can open to receive it. This can naturally raise the frequency of the experience of the individual. And when they step forward and engage, when they're willing to be open to grace, despite it being rarefied in their earlier experience in life, Shapley, sextiling Persephone brings both polarities of the paradox to the experience. Either nothing is ever right or they are always wrong. And that feels like the truth of things. And then as they mature, healing through recognition and agency, learning self-care and sovereignty without a battle stance being engaged. They reject insincerity in all its forms. Boundaries are developed. This is the latter and also, or later in life, and also beneficial energy of this trine to Saturn. There's also a lingering insincerity within themselves, which may be, of course, the most difficult place to recognize it. If we're telling ourselves that nothing good is possible, we should reject the insincerity of that statement because everything is always possible. When Persephone rises healed and whole from the underworld, she revisits it each winter. And this is our Citrinitas. It's how we reclaim those lost pieces. The more whole we become, the more easily we can see the small details of rough edges overlooked before or dark corners. We can reclaim those on our return trips. A well-practiced healing journey, a remembering, a revisitation, a small tidy up. It isn't necessary to re-experience or to re-alchemize the entirety of the process on those return visits. We can simply arrive and find some small corner where we can shine more light, and then we move on. And now we see Hecate, who is in the fourth house, and we can see these three goddesses side by side, conjunct one another. We can use this as 2 degrees is a comfortable orb with asteroids. So they are there in solidarity. One after another, they're sharing similar aspects to other points in the chart. So with one less to each of them. So in the case of Hecate, she is trining Saturn, quincunx, Chiron, and opposite Fomalhaut, but she does not form a sextile with the Shapley attractor. She is guidance at the crossroads. She is the intuition. So trining Saturn, observation and study. She lives in this liminal space. She can review and assist this. Wisdom to be gleaned from Saturn, who has learned from the no boundaries. Quincunx Chiron, Hecate assists that really uncomfortable aspect, helping the individual to make personal choices, which are different, a shift in perspective, which can make all the difference to how the rest of their experience follows from there. Opposite Fomalhaut, frustrated by outcomes, can grow jaded again. A reminder from Fomalhaut, simply opening to new potentials. Hecate has the capacity to move through the dark, and she may also slip, if you will, and go back to what we think is this nigredo. Again, of course, from Persephone, she's right there to remind her, this is the Citrinitas. What we find there is what we move forward with and create the gold of the alchemical process. We continue and we create more of it as we transmute these energies, these dense energies, into brighter, lighter frequencies. Isis is trining Saturn and opposing Fomalhaut. Isis makes whole. She can apply new structures with Saturn, completely new guidelines, and be mature enough to look beyond the wounding. Opposite Fomalhaut, she mediates and mends. She reconciles and makes whole the cooperation of this very high frequency royal star, this Christ-like energy, gentle, balanced, compassionate energy with the wisdom and relentlessness, tirelessness, and rejuvenative energies and of Isis come to bring all of these healing pieces together, initiating a new paradigm. The inner landscape of the individual can be transformed. The chart of the angelic realm alchemist. This individual's soul origin is the angelic realm, and their soul is crystal ray color. They were actually quite soothed and a little surprised in hearing their origin, but this was humility, sort of not recognizing the potential of their impact. And it felt as a fit once we moved through more of their session. Their soul mission is human embodiment of the angelic frequency, and to live that, to be a living example of how it is to be in harmony in this existence, so that our higher self is experienced within the living 3D embodiment. Paradoxical experiences, the polarizing experiences, are how this individual is learned and became able to discern the differences in frequency and experientially discover the connection in the body, where grounding and integration of light are actually the medicine. Even when the problem looks or feels or seems different, intellectual or ideological, maybe even something very concrete but external. This person is a healer and a guide. They work in the energy fields and also somatic work, body work. It's really very beautiful how the magic of the chart shows us exactly the life path and what magic and beauty can come when we follow the lead that's set for us as potential. We can see that their Pluto is conjunct the supergalactic center, and Jupiter and Shapley attractor, Venus and the great attractor, and the sun and the galactic center. This individual has a conjunction to each one of the supracosmic points, and there is very high frequency energy that is infused throughout this chart and throughout their experience of life. One very powerful aspect pattern in this chart is this mystic rectangle. And we see with the ascendant at 0 degrees Virgo at a very sensitive point, it's conjunct the fixed star Regulus. This is also one of the royal stars. The next point is Jupiter, which is conjunct the Shapley attractor. Then we have Mars, which is conjunct Fomalhaut. And finally, we have Saturn, which is opposite the Shapley attractor. The dynamics of this rectangle is that at each of the corners we encounter this opposition. I see this as a fulcrum, a choice point, and the flow depends upon the input either from the external, which would be the sextiles would more harmoniously bring forward some kind of input from the other. The trines are something just innate, which naturally will flow. So there's this cycle of energy that keeps moving as we progress through our charts throughout the dynamics of this rectangle. This is how that evolutionary experience presents itself. So there's opportunity at each point to choose differently. So when that similar pattern is repeating, this spiral experience can be initiated, can be taken. We can interpret the hard angles as steps in a staircase. So their experience is one of a spiral evolution rather than a circular repetition. And this individual made the most of this in their life, being guided by their intuition, even through periods of doubt, and being very in tune with their bodies physically. This is a beautiful example of the embodiment of higher frequency energy. The first of 2 yods that we'll look at for this chart has Saturn in the 9th house sextiling Mars conjunct Fomalhaut in the 7th. Mars is ready to act on something unexpected. This is relating to business, relationships, something in the personal aspect of how they engage with the outside world. Fomalhaut, of course, lends this beautiful high frequency energy. And so fiery Mars kind of has this angel on his shoulder. Saturn in the 9th house, Taurus, this is very grounded energy. There's a very clear sense of how it is that their boundaries need to be structured in order for their energies to feel comfortable, in order for them to navigate through life. And at the apex, we find Hecate conjunct the supergalactic center. They are exact to the degree and within 20 minutes of exactly conjunct. So this would otherwise be a perfect union, right? Hecate is guidance at the crossroads, and the supergalactic center is trying to figure out this balance between self and other. The dynamic of the entire pattern is there's something causing deep discomfort in the heart of me, and I don't quite know what it is. I don't know how to address it. How does everything seem perfect and also feel so awful and uncomfortable? When the yod presents itself, there's discomfort to be resolved. That tension may always exist in some way, but there is some sort of action that needs to be taken, either internally in our perspective or physically actually making some kind of change. And we find this in this yod. Hecate is extremely valuable in that it's her intuition that needs to be the guidance. The rules are in place, the structure is in place, Saturn is well balanced. Mars is saying, okay, I'm ready to act. And Fomalhaut is there with grace. Somewhere there is something in the relationship between self and other, a determination whether what's causing the discomfort is internal or external. And this is where Hecate's guidance, intuiting what the issue may be, is valuable input. The second yod in this chart has Chiron at the apex, being quincunxed by the ascendant, conjunct Regulus in Virgo, and Jupiter and Shapley in Scorpio. Who they are and the way they think, how they feel about their home. This is not an issue. There is no conflict there. However, when we're looking to engage with the outside world, when we look to move in our career, moving forward in life, this sense of who they are really is not finding its footing with the same amount of comfort. So there's the point of attention. Some kind of resolution needs to happen in order for that discomfort to be overcome or moved through. This isn't to say that it's a quick fix. The yod is something we need to move with and grow through. The finger of God, as this is also called, points the way to our evolution. And I would just like to call attention to Persephone conjunct Uranus at 8 degrees Libra, although they're not part of this aspect pattern. They are suggesting that there's an unexpected way in which these pieces will be reclaimed and allowed to move forward. Something unexpected will assist the energies to move through and continue that evolutionary path. This wonderful kite has Saturn at the tip, opposite Jupiter and Shapley, and at the sides, we have the true black moon Lilith and Mars conjunct Fomalhaut. The Lilith energy in Cancer has a great deal of tension. She wants to protect what's valuable. She wants to ensure a comfortable place. So moving forward in life, this individual, it was something that they kept working with to try and find some way that what they did in the world, they could also do feeling comfortable in their own skin. And so they made a bold move. They left the structure and the culture, the place that they were raised in, and moved to a completely different continent. The daily routines, the cycle of life there was completely different. And it actually matched their own energy so much better. It was a joyful change, not without fear and trepidation, moving into the unknown, but this trusting of intuition was richly rewarded. Their career also flourished in this place. Being courageous enough to act and supported with this Christ-like energy of Fomalhaut, this very peaceful energy, and with the propulsion of Jupiter and the energy of love and oneness of the Shapley attractor, supporting this choice, the wind carrying the kite. I hope you can also find this beautiful magic available when we move through the alchemical process and arrive back at the surface, having recalled all the pieces of ourselves, and enjoy the expression of a greater, fuller, higher self. Thank you so much for your time, for your attention. I deeply hope that what I've shared is of value to you in your own journey. And I have a small gift for you, a PDF deck of these path markers with their archetypal signatures, their asteroid numbers. I have a free download available, and they will help you to identify these in your own chart. And if you're interested to explore these, I have an introductory offer for a reading examining exactly these points. I would love to hear from you. I wish you much joy, and I hope that you find that your own perspectives from the paradox lead you to a beautiful dawn.
It is my great honor to introduce our next speaker, Reverend Sibyl Starr. Like the Sibyls, the prophetic priestesses of ancient Greece who foretold the future through visions, the stars speak to Reverend Sibyl through the symbolic language of astrology. Sibyl has a thriving astrological counseling practice, and through channeling the Star Nation, combined with more than 25 years of professional experience, she assists clients in navigating these turbulent times. She offers natal charts, updates, relationship and relocation readings, readings for children, and galactic astrology, for which she was certified on September 28, 2022. Her bi-monthly video forecasts on YouTube are followed by thousands of viewers. Her presentation title is Wings of Light, Angelic Lineage in the Stars. In this illuminating presentation, Sibyl Starr invites you to remember your angelic origins and rediscover the sacred bond between angels and humanity. Blending galactic astrology with timeless spiritual wisdom, she explores how angelic consciousness lives within us and how its remembrance can restore harmony to both heart and planet. She reframes the story of the fallen angels as a voluntary descent of light into matter so that love could be experienced through free will. Sibyl reveals how souls of angelic origin carry luminous gifts of healing, artistry, and service, while often feeling a deep ache of separation. She introduces the royal stars and angel stars as celestial gateways through which the archangels maintain their covenant with humanity. These stars act as cosmic mirrors, reminding us of our divine purpose. The presentation culminates in the vision of the angelic human, one who embodies heaven on earth through heart-centered living. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Reverend Sibyl Starr. So wonderful to see you here, Sibyl. Welcome.
Hello, beloved ones. I am Reverend Sibyl Starr, and I felt called to share with you this presentation, which I am calling Wings of Light, Angelic Lineage in the Stars, because so many of us are remembering who we truly are. Going to be sharing a PowerPoint, so let's get right to it. Wings of Light, Angelic Lineage in the Stars. My prayer for this video is that it helps you reconnect with your angelic essence, the part of you that already lives in wholeness, love, and radiant peace, so that together we can heal and return to our most natural state of being. I'll be talking about what the angels truly are, the deeper story of the fallen angels and the angelic humans, and how certain stars in the zodiac reflect these lineages in our own birth charts to help us remember who we are. My personal connection with the angelic realm is multifaceted. As a child, this image of the guardian angel watching over the children was the only picture I had in my room as a child. I would pray to this angel, asking nightly for her love and protection. As I said my nightly prayers, I would go to sleep looking at her image. I got this image from my own grandchildren for their bedroom as well, because it meant so much to me. I've had many experiences with angels that have shaped my relationship with them over the years, what I would call divine interventions that have kept me safe. I frequently heard my name called to alert me to danger, and when I listened, I was kept safe. A dear friend once told me that I must have worn my guardian angels out because there was so much help, and I'm sure many of you probably feel the same way. And perhaps that is true, but they have always been near. Finally, I will share how the angels relate to galactic astrology, how the moment of our soul's first individuation, that first spark of identity, can reveal an angelic origin or ray of service that continues to guide our evolution. The truth is that we've never really left the source of all creation, and yet here we are in a body. So there was a first fragmentation and a creation of a soul. Souls first individuated in many realms, including the angelic realms, or as dragons, unicorns, star beings, humans, many different soul origins. And we will be exploring the angelic realm today. So, what are angels? At the deepest level, angels are emanations of divine intelligence, specific frequencies of source consciousness expressed through light, sound, and geometry. They are not separate beings in the way humans are. Rather, they are functions of creation, aspects of the one mind given form through intention. When we experience angelic presence, we are really encountering the vibratory resonance of a divine attribute entering our awareness. It comes as light, guidance, synchronicity, or a whisper within the heart. Angels do not have free will in the human sense. Their will is the will of the source they serve. Their joy is in perfect obedience to divine harmony. Humanity, by contrast, is born into duality, gifted with choice, and thus given the power to consciously reunite heaven and earth through our actions and awareness. Angels and their relationship with humanity. From the perspective of the higher planes, angels are bridge beings between the spiritual and material worlds. They hold the pattern of divine order so that creation remains coherent. In the human journey, they act as tuning forks, helping us realign with our original frequency whenever we drift into fear or forgetfulness. You might imagine angels as celestial memory keepers. They remember what the divine intended for us, even when we forget. Their task is not to interfere, but to echo our own soul's higher plan back to us, what we chose our soul plan to be, to help us remember, like a mirror made of light, but they don't interfere. They're often that voice that tells you what you should be doing. And sometimes we choose to follow it, and sometimes we don't. Every human has at least one guardian or attunement angel whose role is to help weave our personal timeline with our greater purpose. Some souls work more closely with these realms because their own consciousness originated within them. Human souls with angelic origins. Souls who began their long evolutionary journey in the angelic orders were once part of those choirs of creation, pure rays of service, love, or wisdom. At some point, many of them felt the call to descend into incarnation, to experience love through limitation, and to bring that higher light into the dense world of matter. These angelic origin souls often share certain traits. a deep longing for purity and harmony. They are highly sensitive to discord or cruelty. I know I find that about myself. A strong healing or protective instinct. They want to help, mend, or guard. A tendency toward idealism and disappointment, as they carry a memory of divine perfection in an imperfect world. They often struggle with boundaries or guilt, feeling responsible for easing suffering everywhere. Many carry luminous voices, artistry, or service callings that lift vibration around them simply by presence. Their path usually centers on integration, learning to love the earth without trying to escape it, and learning to serve without sacrificing their own embodiment. To remember their angelic origin is to reclaim their resonance, to express divine attributes through human tenderness, creativity, and truth. How angelic memory helps shape human life. When an angelic origin soul awakens to their true lineage, several things tend to happen. Sensitivity increases. They begin to perceive subtle energy, emotion, and the suffering of others more vividly. Compassion deepens. They feel drawn to healing, teaching, or creating beauty as a service. Tests of embodiment appear. Learning to stay grounded, maintain boundaries, and allow imperfection. Faith rekindles. They discover that their service is not to fix the world, but to hold frequency, to sing the forgotten harmonies back into the human collective. Ultimately, remembering one's angelic origin transforms daily life into a living prayer. Work, relationship, and creativity all become channels for grace. The descent of the angelic souls. In the beginning, angelic beings existed as pure resonances of divine will, instruments of harmony who sang the creative codes into existence. Their consciousness was unified. They knew only oneness and service. Yet, within the vast intelligence of Source, there arose a divine impulse to know love, not only as harmony, but as transformation. For that, souls would need to experience separation, the feeling of being apart from the very light they served, so that the return could be chosen, not merely given. Some angelic beings volunteered for this descent. They became the first souls to enter density, carrying within them the blueprints of divine attributes. They are not fallen in the sense of being cast out. Rather, they are extensions of heaven exploring itself through matter. The true meaning of the fall. Over time, many traditions remembered this descent through the symbol of the fallen angels. Most of us have heard the story of Lucifer, which means bringer of light, and the angels' rebellion. In truth, this story encodes a spiritual law that when light descends into form without remembrance, it appears as shadow. The fall was not a rebellion, but an experiment, a movement from unity into individuality. In this forgetting, the angelic consciousness gained something heaven alone could not give: the capacity for choice, for empathy, for the alchemy of pain into wisdom. Through humanity, the angels began to understand creation from the inside out. They learned what it means to tend the garden of duality, to feel, to err, to forgive, and to evolve. The shadow of the fallen angels. When an angelic soul forgets its origin, its light may twist under the pressures of density. The same radiance that once sang worlds into being becomes filtered through fear, ego, or despair. This is the root of what ancient texts called the fall. Not a moral failure, but the distortion of divine frequency through unawareness, through forgetting. Common patterns for these souls include spiritual pride, a subtle memory of power or perfection that becomes superiority or judgment, self-punishment, guilt for having fallen or for not being pure enough, exhaustion or martyrdom, believing one must carry everyone else's suffering, and fear of their own light, equating power with potential harm, especially if they misused energy in past cycles. Each of these patterns is not a flaw, but a signal, a call from the soul to remember that even shadow is part of the divine fabric seeking to return to harmony. Healing the core wounds. Many angelic souls carry 3 deep wounds from the descent. The wound of separation, the ache of feeling abandoned by source. And the truth is, most of us who have a wound of abandonment, this is the primary wound, the wound of feeling separate from source. And it is healed through intimacy with life itself, the breath, the earth, the present moment. The wound of unworthiness, the belief that they must earn their return to grace. It is healed by remembering that service is an act of joy, not penance. The wound of power, the fear of shining or being misused again. It is healed through love in action, transparent, heart-centered service without control. As these heal, the soul begins to embody reflective radiance, light that shines because it is whole, not because it must prove itself. The fixed star algol is a marker for someone who may carry these wounds. They say that algol is the place of the angel rebellion, and we also know that it is also the Medusa star. It is a deep feminine wound star. The gift of the fallen. Every descent enriches creation. Without shadow, light has no depth. Without forgetting, remembrance has no sweetness. And I want to say one more thing about the star Algol, is that it has been very activated by Uranus lately, and I feel like it is about having a breakthrough and release of this old pattern, of these old wounds, especially of those who have soul origins in the angelic realm. Okay. And also those with a deep connection to the divine feminine. So once again, let's talk about the gift of the fallen angels. Every descent enriches creation. Without shadow, light has no depth. Without forgetting, remembrance has no sweetness. The fallen angels, those who walked through darkness and found their wings within flesh, become the teachers of compassion for all realms. You know, they say a broken heart is an open heart, and that is one of the underlying reasons for incarnation into matter, is to develop this deep love, this deep compassion, which they say is the highest form of love. The process of redemption. Redemption, in the angelic sense, is not repentance. It is realignment. It is the return of a frequency to its original octave. The way home is not upward, but inward. The journey unfolds in 3 sacred movements. Remembrance. The soul remembers that its essence is light. This may come through mystical experience, service, or the recognition of beauty. This memory dissolves shame. Responsibility. The awakened angelic soul realizes that light must be lived, not proclaimed. It learns to wield its gifts with humility, precision, and care. Every word, every act becomes a note in the cosmic symphony. Radiance. When light and shadow integrate, compassion becomes the new power, the power of love. The redeemed angel no longer shines for others, but with them, a mirror of divine coherence. The purpose of remembering. When these souls awaken to their angelic lineage, they begin to understand the pain of separation was not a curse. It was the path to compassion. The human body is not a prison. It is a temple through which heaven learns touch. Their work is not to escape, but to transfigure, to bring divine frequency into the everyday world, into voice, art, service, and love. Every act of forgiveness heals a fragment of the fall. Every moment of beauty restores light to matter. Angelic human synthesis. When an angelic origin soul incarnates, the descent can feel heavy. The purity of their original vibration may clash with the density of human experience. They may struggle with the noise, injustice, and confusion of the world. But each challenge is a part of the alchemy of embodiment. In learning to stay present, to love through imperfection, to bring grace into form, these souls redeem the myth of the fall. They show that divinity and humanity are not opposites. They are mirrors completing each other. Thus, the so-called fallen angel becomes the bridging angel, one who holds both heaven and earth within the same heartbeat. The new angelic human. When an angelic origin soul fully integrates its descent, a new synthesis emerges. The angelic human, one who acts from the heart, creates through the soul, and anchors heaven through presence. In this era, as Earth rises in frequency, these two streams are merging. The angel remembers how to feel, the human how to shine. Together, they become the new species of consciousness, the angelic human. This is the fulfillment of the ancient prophecy that the angels shall walk among men, and men shall remember that they are angels. Living the union. When we accept both streams within us, life changes in tangible ways. Compassion replaces judgment. Service becomes joy, not duty. Creativity becomes prayer. Relationships become mirrors of divine companionship. We cease trying to ascend out of earth and instead let heaven descend through us into art, voice, action, and community. Each of us become a living sanctuary, a meeting point of spirit and matter, where evolution continues to compose its sacred music. Awakening of the angelic human. During this era, Earth's vibration is rising fast enough that subtle angelic frequencies can anchor within ordinary human awareness. Many who once served as celestial messengers or healers now find themselves awakening from long forgetfulness, drawn to compassion, artistry, or planetary service without fully knowing why. This is the emergence of the angelic human collective, souls whose biology and light bodies can hold both divine pattern and human feeling. They are not a new species in form, but a new octave of consciousness expressing through humanity. The signs of awakening. Sudden heart expansion or waves of tenderness toward all life. Heightened sensitivity to sound, color, or the suffering of others. A deep call to simplicity, peace, and authentic expression. Encounters with luminous beings, feathers, or frequencies of pure tone in meditation or dreams. A need to integrate spiritual awareness with practical action. As they say, heaven must have hands. All right, now we're going to be talking about the actual stars, the fixed stars in the zodiac that identify angelic origin souls. All right. So there are several stars that are connected to the angels that are indicated by planetary placements and angles in the birth chart. They may indicate a connection to the angelic realm as part of your cosmic DNA. I use a 3-degree orb for conjunctions, but sometimes it is a little wider. And I will also sometimes use oppositions if there seems to be a strong connection. But we're going to start is with the royal stars of Persia. And here are the 4 royal stars. Fomalhaut, which is connected to Archangel Gabriel. Regulus, which is connected to Archangel Raphael. Aldebaran, which is connected to Archangel Michael, and Antares, which is connected to Archangel Uriel. And in Persia, they felt that these stars were the stars that held up the heavens. And in ancient times, they were all near the solstices and the equinoxes. They aren't now, but they were then. And like I said, they felt like they held up the heavens. And it is said that archangels entered into a sacred covenant to guide and protect human consciousness as it developed free will. And the first one we're going to look at is Regulus at 0 degrees, 11 minutes of Virgo in the constellation of Leo and Archangel Raphael. It just recently changed signs. It's been in the 29 degrees of Leo for a very long time. So it stays in a like 20, was it 29 degrees for 72 years? And so it just recently changed. So most of us, Regulus is going to be at 29 degrees in our chart, 29 degrees of Leo. Okay. And so here's Archangel Raphael, and here is Leo the lion. Okay. So Regulus is one of the strongest indicators of leadership in the zodiac. Archangel Raphael is the angel of healing and is associated with the color green. Archangel Raphael had ancient temples in Atlantis where there was healing with sound, vibration, and crystals. Raphael is said to sit in the heart of the sun and carries the power of light. Fomalhaut is at 4 degrees, 13 minutes of Pisces in the constellation of Pisces Austrinus, which is a southern hemisphere star or around the equator. I think it's just a little bit south of the equator. And Archangel Gabriel, and here he is. This star is said to carry a touch of the mystic, the child stolen by the fairies, and has a deep connection to Christ consciousness. Archangel Gabriel is the divine messenger. Many oracles, teachers, and writers have this star strong, and those who are involved in all forms of communication. And if you want to be a writer or a communicator, it really would be great to connect with Archangel Gabriel. And the same with Raphael, if you want to be a healer or a leader. We celebrate the nature of Gabriel within us when we speak or sing with eloquence, joy, inspiration, and authenticity. He is associated with the color white. Okay, so next we have Aldebaran, which is at 10 degrees, 9 minutes of Gemini in the constellation of Taurus. Aldebaran is said to be the eye of revelation, and it is the red star that is the eye of the bull in Taurus. Aldebaran, and here we go, we've got the bull over here. Aldebaran can indicate one will gain respect, success, and reputation for honesty at all costs, but will face moral dilemmas which will challenge one's integrity. Aldebaran is associated with Archangel Michael. He is often referred to as the principle of light. Michael is a protector and the most powerful of all of the archangels. He's associated with the color blue. And here's Archangel Michael here. And then the last royal star of Persia is Antares, which is at 10 degrees, 7 minutes of Sagittarius in the constellation of Scorpius. It is a huge red star. It's very easy to see. Sometimes people think it's Mars because it's so big. Antares is the heart of the scorpion. And to the Persians, this star was the god of the dead and is said to bring life or death cleansing experiences. It can, if one has it strong in their chart, it can indicate one seeks intensity even when it is not required. It indicates extremes, whether by choice or not. And these two stars also were at 9 degrees of Gemini and Sagittarius and just recently moved up a degree. Okay. But they didn't change signs. Archangel is associated with Archangel Uriel, which is about illumination, divine wisdom, and the golden ray of enlightenment. It is said there is a small community of angels living in Antares who are the guardians of a seventh dimensional heavenly library of the Akashic records. They are the keepers of the collective galactic remembrance. All right. Okay, now we're going to move on to some other stars. So, some other angel stars. We have Spica at 24 degrees 10 of Libra in the Virgo constellation. This is said to be the stellar home of the angels and some very, very high frequency beings. Okay. Alcyone at 0 degrees 19 minutes of Gemini in the Pleiades. It is said there is a healing community of angels there. Also, very high frequency star as it never leaves the photon belt. Taygeta at 29 degrees 54 minutes of Taurus in the Pleiades. They are bearers of the all-seeing eye and healers of exceptional psychic abilities. Alkes at 24 degrees of Virgo in the Crater constellation. This is an angelic school of spiritual healing led by Archangel Raphael. Canopus at 15 degrees 14 minutes of Cancer in the Argo constellation. Divine messengers or a creator, and helps us remember our original mission codes. Betelgeuse at 29 degrees 5 minutes of Gemini and Orion is the angelic seat of divine law in the Milky Way galaxy. Bellatrix at 21 degrees 17 minutes of Gemini and Orion. These are angels who enforce divine law. Shadir at 8 degrees 7 minutes of Taurus in Cassiopeia constellation. This is a stellar bridge which opens the gate for angelic beings descending into our solar system. And then, of course, Algol at 26 degrees 30 minutes of Taurus in the Perseus constellation. It is said to be the home of the fallen angels. And so I think it just really shows us the wound of those coming into matter, coming from those higher vibrational frequencies as they descended into matter. Now, all of this material here is from the Stellar Nations Soul Families, channeled by Dr. Beatrix Sazel and Aniko Gresco. Okay. Okay. The remembrance of our angelic frequencies. To remember our angelic origin is not to escape Earth, it is to infuse it with light. When we recall that we once served in the choirs of creation, we remember our capacity for compassion, beauty, and coherence. Angelic memory awakens the I am presence within the human form, a living temple for divine frequencies. As we stand at this threshold of remembrance, we begin to understand that the story of the angels is not separate from the story of humanity. We are the continuation of that divine descent, light made flesh, learning to love creation from within it. Every tear shed in compassion, every act of kindness, every moment we choose peace over fear becomes an angelic gesture, restoring harmony to the world. The angels have never been far away. They are the luminous memory within our own hearts, guiding us to become what we have always been, bridges of heaven and earth. In this time of awakening, we are invited not only to remember our celestial origin, but to embody it, to let the divine radiance we once served move through our hands, our words, and our lives. In truth, we are not returning to heaven. Heaven is returning through us. And I would like to end with a closing prayer to the angels. Beloved source of light, we call upon the great company of angels, the archangels, the guardian angels, and all radiant messengers of love. May their presence surround us now, awakening remembrance within every heart. May we walk in beauty, serve with compassion, and become living bridges of heaven and earth. Where there is fear, let love return. Where there is shadow, let light be restored. Through our hands and hearts, may the angelic light continue its work upon this earth. And so it is. And discover your own angelic and starseed origins. Receive a 15% discount for a galactic astrology reading. And you can contact me. Here's my contact information. Contact Sibyl Star at sibylstar.com or Sibyl at sibylstar.com. And then you can also check out my website. So many blessings to all. Thank you so much for joining me for this exploration of the angelic and galactic realms. My hope is that you leave with a deeper sense of connection to the angels who walk beside you and to the true light that lives in your soul. If you'd like to continue this journey through a personal galactic astrology reading, as I said in my last slide, I'm offering a 15% discount. So thank you so much for joining me. So many blessings to all, and namaste. Aho.
Thank you, Sibyl. What you offered brings us into the realm of lineage, light, and remembrance beyond time. I love how you and every speaker actually in the summit beautifully weaved the cosmic concepts into lived human experience, into current time, into astro charts, into embodiment. As we come to the close of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026, I too want to leave you with something both practical and deeply personal. Over more than a decade of my research, chart analysis, client work, teaching, and collective observation, a very clear pattern has emerged. I believe that the stars in our astrological birth charts consistently reflect our deep ancestral and soul connections beyond Earth, our stellar lineages, cosmic origins, and long arc of consciousness across space and time. And the asteroids in our birth chart, on the other hand, reflect our deep ancestral and soul connections on Earth to ancient civilizations, forgotten cultures, skills, wisdom traditions, and lived human experiences across long spans of history. The asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter seem to reflect the fragmentation of our human consciousness as we fell into forgetting our wholeness. What if every asteroid holds a puzzle piece in the Earth's evolutionary journey playing out through humans? The stars, asteroids, and planets in our chart together, they form a unique piece of music. If you learn to read musical notes, you can then play the music, and it's just like a language. If you learn how to speak this cosmic language, you can begin exploring timeless cosmic stories that can be immensely helpful to your own soul's evolutionary journey. What I have observed again and again is this: spontaneous memories, recalls, recognitions, and resolutions of ancient experiences do not arise randomly. They occur very precisely during relevant astrological transits that activate these markers. And just as importantly, when ancient memories resurface, there is almost always an accompanying opportunity for integration and healing. In other words, resolution and remembrance tend to emerge together. What I'm witnessing in the collective is that we are living in a time where millions of people are participating consciously or unconsciously in a larger process of healing the cosmic and planetary Akashic field. This aligns with the increasing activations of the Galactic Center as a living pulse of coherence and illumination moving through the galaxy, gradually surfacing what is ready to be seen, felt, integrated, and resolved. Some people navigate this process intuitively. They feel aligned, centered, and anchored in their own essence, and they trust their inner knowing. Others experience doubt, not because something is wrong, but perhaps because their mental conditioning is stronger or their experiences lack external language, structure, and validation. And this is where galactic astrology becomes invaluable, not as a belief system or something we outsource authority to, but as a reflective language that dissolves limiting doubts through precision and validation. Astrology allows us to see when something is activated and why it is surfacing at a particular time, and how it can be integrated in a grounded, conscious, and meaningful way. Quantum soul guidance, at its core, is not about awakening faster or remembering more or reaching higher states. It is about integrating cosmic insights into lived, ethical, embodied human experience, supporting our return to wholeness. When I speak about ancient civilizations, star ancestry, or cosmic lineages, I've said this so many times in my presentations and in my courses, I do not mean to boost egos or push identities to adopt My intention is to use the stars and asteroids and the language of astrology as reflections of universal themes that act as an invitations and guides on our path of remembering our wholeness and interconnectedness with the entire cosmos. If you feel drawn to explore this more deeply in your own chart, whether it's stars or asteroids, I've created comprehensive but easy to follow presentations with step-by-steps and visual demonstrations that are freely available on my Patreon. If you go to patreon.com/Julia Balaz. And in particular, the most recent, latest research is linked on my juliabalaz.com/research page. In that particular presentation, I demonstrate step by step how to work with ancient asteroids using free tools. And I also share many concrete examples of how ancient lives echo into current life themes. Also freely available in my Patreon community, you can explore how star ancestral lineages can be traced through birth charts across several generations. It's fascinating to see. Or how common starseed signature themes show up in both life and astrology, and how they point to skills and wisdom that are meant to be embodied now in support of our collective healing and remembering what was suppressed for so long. And I would love to hear your comments and feedback under these presentations if they help you remember or activate something important about your own soul journey. I'll never get tired of these stories of activations and remembering. I also want to take this opportunity to extend an invitation for those of you who have experienced spontaneous memories, insights, dreams, or embodied knowing connected to ancient civilizations, whether it's Atlantis, Lemuria, Hyperborea, or ancient Egypt, whether through astrology, meditation, dream, regression, or lived experiences, you can still submit your story on my website if you go to juliabalaz.com/research. These lived accounts continue to inform and refine my ongoing research, and I'm building a comprehensive, easy to follow course to support everyone in their awakening. These lived stories are an essential part of understanding how collective memory resurfaces in individual lives and how it's reflected in our natal astrology. Such a fascinating topic. I'll share one example of asteroid flood present in birth chart in square aspect to natal Uranus or Neptune seem to be highly relevant for people who have a fear of water and recalls of tsunami that they didn't experience in current incarnation, but it feels like the experience of the Great Flood that so many archaeological sites are referring to. All around the globe, we have archaeological findings referring to the Great Flood around 12,000 years ago. People who seem to carry soul memory of this Great Flood have asteroid flood prominent in their birth chart. I've seen this so many times, or conjunct to their south node. I speak more to that in the free webinar on Patreon that you can find. So this is just one of many examples of fascinating stories that are not occurring just with one person, but we now have hundreds of stories and encounters that I just can't wait to start sharing, first in my new course and then through social media, as this topic becomes increasingly relevant for a growing number of people who sense that their lives are connected to a much longer arc of human and planetary evolution. It's such an honor and privilege to witness this and consciously be able to comprehend it, not just me, but so many others. If you're new to my community and if you are joining through either Galactic Astrology or Quantum Soul Guidance course or the Cosmic Soul Activation course, you can look forward to this type of conversations in the comment section. There's just so much more. This community is so awake, so alive, so in tune with their soul records. What an honor to walk side by side you. Thank you for being part of this conversation and for holding this work with discernment, curiosity, and care. I really appreciate you. Before we fully close this sacred gathering with a grounding prayer that I've prepared, I want to pause What we have just witnessed and experienced over these past 4 days deserves to be honored some more. First and foremost, I want to offer my deepest gratitude and respect once again to every single speaker who contributed to this summit. Each of you brought not just information, but lived wisdom, embodied understanding, and grounded discernment of your heart. You prepared, researched, reflected, and opened yourselves to serve this collective field with such grace. You showed up with integrity, courage, and humility that was felt. And you trusted this space enough to share what truly matters to you. Your passion is palpable and contagious. Thank you for being you. Together, you co-created a tapestry far richer than any single voice could ever offer. And here is something I would love to share, because what you have all witnessed during the summit did not happen overnight. Before the QSG practitioner program existed, before this global network of voices came online, there was a very different chapter in my life. In early 2021, I was still working with clients one-on-one, shared passionately about galactic astrology, and just published my foundational course. Around that time, I was invited to present my latest research on a well-known YouTube channel, and after that was published, pretty much overnight, my waiting list for private sessions grew from around 4 months to over a year. So I remember very vividly sitting with that moment. And while I was deeply grateful for the expansion, I also knew that I had to change the way I served the world. So many people were seeking guidance that was genuinely life-changing, and I could no longer meet the growing demand without creating exhaustion and major delays. So that was the moment when I made one of the most difficult decisions of my professional life. I knew that if I truly wanted this work to serve people, I had to step back from individual sessions and create space to write, research, and build something larger than myself. And you've witnessed that during this summit. That decision became the foundation of the Quantum Soul Guidance Practitioner Program. And as a result, just a couple of years later, people from all over the world, now in 22 languages, can book one-on-one quantum soul guidance, galactic astrology, soul reading sessions with relatively short waiting times, with practitioners who each bring their own unique style, culture, background, and skills. And they're equally as passionate about this work as I am, and more. What you see here today, the diversity of voices, approaches, and lived wisdom, is a direct outcome of that one choice I made back in 2021. And while I no longer work one-on-one in the traditional sense, I have never stopped working with charts. My work continues through ongoing research. You're welcome to submit your details through my website. And as my next course, focused on ancient asteroids and civilizations, comes into form in 2026, I will begin sharing some of the extraordinary soul stories that emerge through this research. Stories that show again and again how deeply we are guided from within, how ancient wisdom lives in our DNA, and how remembrance unfolds naturally when the timing is right. So, from my heart, thank you for your devotion, your generosity, and your willingness to walk this path of conscious evolution in a way that honors the stars, Mother Earth, and the human experience. Please, wherever you are, take a moment to silently or in the comments thank every speaker who helped to make this summit the great gift it became. My deepest thanks also to my admin angels, Sylvia Stelton and Margot, who supported me in preparing the summit over the last few months. We walked 1,000 steps together with joy and excitement for the collective impact this devotional service may create. Thank you, sisters. Now, if anything you've heard over these past 4 days feels unfinished, unclear, or slightly activating, and you feel in need of personal support, or if questions arise, please don't hesitate to reach out. You're welcome to contact any of the speakers directly for further insights or one-to-one support. Their email, website, social media links are listed on juliabalaz.com/practitioners. And you're always welcome to contact me if you have any questions about the research, my available content, or online courses. You don't need to navigate this landscape alone. We walk back home together as a family. We are fortunate to have a community of deeply experienced galactic astrologers here, practitioners who are passionate about decoding birth and transit charts to offer grounded, ethical guidance for real life. For those who love learning and exploring their own charts, the online courses are available as structured, step-by-step pathways with lifelong access. There's also a wealth of free material, as I've mentioned a few times, on YouTube, on Patreon, and across all speakers' own platforms. They have a wealth of information too. Choose what matches your rhythm, capacity, and curiosity. Before we close this summit completely, I'd love to offer a short, gentle moment of collective acknowledgement and intention setting in support of New Earth. Let's take a moment together. Wherever you are, allow your body to settle. Feel your breath. Feel your presence here, now. You may close your eyes if you wish. Place your hands on your heart, or one on the heart, one on your belly. Few deep, long, slow breaths together as a community. First, let us acknowledge the earth, a manifestation of the Great Mother, this living being who has held every one of our lifetimes, every forgetting and every remembering, every collapse and every rebirth. We thank the earth for holding space for this collective unfolding, for her patience, for her resilience, for her willingness to host our becoming. May the love, wisdom, and resonance felt here ripple gently into her fields, supporting deep healing, balance, and restoration across all levels of life. Now, let us acknowledge our ancestors, those who walked this earth before us. We honor their courage and their hope. We remember that we are their living continuation. And now, we acknowledge our galactic and cosmic ancestors, the deeper lineages of intelligence, consciousness, and love that humanity is only now becoming ready to remember. We honor these origins not as something other, but as part of our own vast, multidimensional story. May remembrance unfold naturally, gracefully, in ways that serve life, freedom, and harmony for all. Finally, let us offer a shared intention for long-term peace, for joyful collaborations, and conscious creation for the benefit of all sentient life. May what has been activated here today continue to unfold through grounded action, loving choices, courageous truth, and graceful expression. And may each of us carry this remembrance forward in ways that welcome shared uniqueness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we bring the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026 to a close, I invite you to take one more deep breath with me. Feel your heart, feel your body, feel your presence here now. We are here to remember our wholeness, our interconnectedness with the cosmos, with Earth, and with one another. May what you received here continue to unfold gracefully in your life. May it support greater clarity, compassion, and coherence. And may you clearly feel and trust your own deep inner guidance above all else. From my heart to yours, thank you. Until we meet again, be well. Blessings and love. Cheerio.
Power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth.